Hey yo guys, and welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you over here at EPL as we're going to be starting the match and we are going to be hopping straight into it. So this time around, no pre-shows, no little lubrication, directly into train. And that's just gonna be the quick A pop. Most of the USBs already singing, but they have to set control. Seems like they actually want to push into that B side, just overwhelm the defense here. And it works out great. Kerr with Zuma, they find a respectable kills, no problems and issues over there. And this has been left in a little bit of an awkward retake spot. Skodo steps in with a kill onto Skaze. That's Kerr with a double at the end. And that's a very quick round from ex-Astralis talent. XI. I wanted to say that a couple of games from the past have been casted. And it's a nice little roster there. Ex-Astralis talent, well, they're going through the motions at the moment. I was checking their roster changes after Astralis Talent's that whole system actually basically came down. And it's a little bit of a questionable spot where they're at the moment. So, not entirely sure if that's going to be a project in the future again. But it's nice to see it. A couple of kills there from the defense. Okay, USB starting to do some damage, but Tam-like with Skodo. They do gain the control again. Just losing a couple of guns at the end is not the worst thing to happen. Now it's all about repetition. Something in Russian, I guess, right there. 2 of the rounds at the start. This was ex-Astralis Talent's own map pick, so XI. We are going to be hopping into Ancient after this one. That was their own take on what kind of a map they wanted to play in. And Nuke is going to be on a list just a little bit later on if we need it. Depending on what happens on these 2 maps that are about to come in. And seems like we have a little bit of a longer pause right here. That's going to be the early utility. It's kind of nice to see that the way that on some of these classic maps the spawns have been changed so you can actually show some utility at the start, so that's a little bit of a nice change to the right way. Santo already opening up the B side, I guess. There is a player on the upper platform playing very well. He's actually just taking a couple of steps off that timer right there. Has a lot of control, and I think he spotted Santo. I'm not entirely sure what the play here is. He's not going to go for the kill. The bomb is slowly coming on towards the side. This is supposed to be a very easy kill for him. So Zinze, just a little bit of a angle change could do it all. That's got to be the bomb going down. Zinze could actually end it right there. He's going to get the first kill. The problem is he can't spread it towards another one. And that could have been the winning play right there. Unfortunately, he doesn't even go for a double. That could have been enough for the team to actually come back into this round. And this is a buy round already from XI, so that's a lot of impact losing a round like this, especially in this manner. A very quick entry from the B side, even taking another kill from Connector. Seems like ex-Astralis, of course, the talent roster. They have a very nice understanding how they want to play this map, leaving little traps here and there. Now it's all about saving those weapons. Rag is about to step right in front of Tam-like, but I think he saved this weapon. There's no problems over there. It's going to be a little bit of a questionable buy, but Craig, I think he dropped the weapon for Skaze, so he can buy it for himself. Pew, he's going to go for that full buy right there. It's just going to be 1 MP9, to be honest, so that's not the worst thing to happen. Let's go. Oh, by the way, that's true. Yeah, it's not Nuke. Yeah, it's Inferno. True. I actually saw that list. Forgot it. I just trusted the top left. My bad, big time. This is more exciting than a major, yeah, especially for me as I'm seeing a PDF slideshow at the moment, so not entirely sure in what's happening. Hopefully the lag gets fixed in about a second. At the moment, it's very hard to even understand what's going on, but finally we're getting some kind of a feed. That's going to be the kill from Xanto, drop few. So, again, an opener from the B side, and this time around it's another buy, so some of these fights, XI is supposed to start to win if they want to actually contest this map. Of course, we're very early on. That's going to be Stesso. Lost one with the MP9. A couple of trades coming in, but Skase comes out on top. That's going to be Skoda with a quick trade again. And from the lower ramp, it works up for an opener. It's very close towards that. Oh, Craig, actually. Surprisingly well, they're starting to retake this site. It's going to be Craig by himself, dropping 2 of the players. Skoda left alone with that op. Skase could go for the quick tap, especially now that they know exactly where that op is coming from. It's going to be the little sloppy AK spray, but he held on to the defuse. That's going to be a round for XI. And even the op is going to be picked up. 3 kills for Craig. And I have to say that basically saved the round by himself. That B side has been a little bit weaker so far, so a couple of very early entries with basically nobody contesting it. Yeah. So the majors happened. The funniest thing was, well, better is that Stesso actually comes up with a kills case. He's just lurking for that player behind a box. Kira was not ready for a player to actually dance so close to it. I think it was flashed from his own team's flash, so not much you can actually do in a situation like that. There's still a hold coming in, so they could actually flip this very quickly if they're not careful, but Skoda misses a very crucial op shot. Hits the second one. That could have been a double for him already. Still a man down compared to the enemy team. And Tamlike, a couple of good openers. This is definitely something that Astralis talent could bring back home. Tamlike opens up Shinzei. Do they wait for that red train? Of course they do. That's a double entry. A man advantage at this point. And now the only thing they have to do is just get that bomb down. Skodo even drops few. And ex-Astralis talent, from a 2-man deficit, they open it up like a lock with a key. And that's definitely rough. XI on a brink, just winning that last round. And now basically handing a free round on a silver platter right here. That has to hurt. Kaboom goes the bomb, and that's 3 players surviving for the next round. Just looking at this at the moment. The money situation, it's not the worst. They've gone for a worse buy so far, but this time around you might actually want to just go for 1 save. Maybe half buy something, leave a couple of $1,000 on a... or don't. Shinzei, I guess. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's thinking about it. Yeah, because they're going to have that 2,900 loss bonus, so basically on the next round they can go for whatever buy they want, but you always want to have that little extra pressure, so a couple of MP9s in the Deagles, they're going to be the right decisions. This is just going to be a full rush with the B side, and the Mac-10 comes out on top. Stesso, sorry, comes out with a quick trade, but Kerr answers back quickly. I was a little bit surprised we haven't actually seen that many B lower ramp pushes. An old version of the train, that was the go-to way. Oh my god, I think that was a little bit of a backstab with the Deagle, but he missed the shots. So Craig gets the kill onto Xanto. We're missing most of the action at the moment, but that's life, I guess. It's gonna be the op coming outside. Has to be a little bit careful how he wants to play this. That's a Molotov towards the connector right there, and a nice little spread coming in. It was actually the Molotov to drop down few, and the op comes in to just shut it down. And that's another nice little round for the side of ex-Astralis talent. And yeah, like I was saying, yeah, the majors happened. I was waiting for it. I was a little bit bummed out that FaZe went out like that. They came very close. They had definitely had a little chance, but of course the roster wasn't that stable, so it is what it is. The funniest thing is that I was kind of waiting for the finals. I was waiting for a Mouse versus Vitality finals, but hey, it is what it is. And the second that the finals started, I just fell asleep. So thank you, Blast, for hosting it in America, I guess. Great times. Alright. That's gonna be the quick little shot onto Tamalike. So, first time in a while, the CT side actually finding some kind of a control. This could be a very good spot for them to spread all around the map, of course. They don't know how much of an opener they have at the moment. Already holding on to the connector. That could be a little bit of a push towards the lane right there. And just looking at ex-Astralis talent, seems like they're trying to push that bomb towards the B side, so there's a little bit of a setup coming over there as well. And this is just burning a time off the clock. 50 seconds left for that execute. That's going to be the smokes for the backside. And some Molotovs for the back trains right there. Some good utility coming in, and that's going to be the execution. The only thing they have to do is just find the trades. But it's not going to work this time. Skaze comes out with a double, almost makes it a triple. It's got to be Stesso to lurk from the backside. And this is the problem with Train. You have no idea where some of these players are going to be pushing. You just have so many little hiding spots. And Skodo left with a choice. 10-1. Does he want to raise the KD on the server? Or does he want to save that off for the next round? Of course, the fact is that ex-Astralis talent, they have so many rounds already. Considering that XI only has one. So giving that off as a gift for an enemy team could be a little bit of a mistake. So saving it is going to be the best way to go. Make them buy. Make them beg for an op. And I don't think we still have seen one from the CTs. I think there was one, but it got deleted so quickly that we didn't actually even see any action from it. So, XI already posting another round on the table. I actually wanted to see some stats from Le Train. I think it's been on a pull so long enough for us to get some kind of a stable stats. Sinzi with a very good entry, but again, the trade's coming in. It's going to be Tamalike with one through the smoke, but Craig gives a similar back to them. And that's just going to be the flash. So, quick little control of the T-side's connector right there. And you can do wonders with it. And by the way, the top left at the moment is a little bit wrong, so it's not going to be Nuke as the last map. It seems to be Inferno. I could actually check that information because I'm never sure which, if it's HLTV that's wrong or is it me. That was the... Where is... So, the decider is Nuke. No, it's correct, yeah. The decider is Nuke. It's HLTV that seems to be wrong this time around. Ooh, quick little teamwork there at the end. It's very rare that HLTV is actually wrong because it really says Inferno, but I have the big bands. Big bands over here. ex-Astralis talent ban Anubis, XI banned Mirage, talent pick Train, XI picked Ancient, ex-Astralis talent ban Inferno. So if it's not a typo, Yeah, and the Kerr is playing for Lumsen on ex-Astralis talent, yeah. Okay, so as long as it's not a typo, it seems to be Nuke. That's the last map, so that seems to be a tough one. Oh, Cincy. With a quick little frag there. Of course, this is just a little bit of a save, so only Glocks in front of him. Some little Glocks. Yeah, at the moment, CT terrain is superior. So 55%, very close to it. 45 to 55. So it's kind of cool to see a little bit more CT side of maps, but Valve has had this orgy to have as close as 50-50 maps, which in my opinion is a little bit crazy, so... Bring back 70-30. Nice quick push there. That was one kill from Kerr on that Deagle, but quick trades coming in. The problem is they are losing that power. They do get the bomb down. This is a 1 versus 2. This is actually doable, especially as he drops one of the players. But Cincy, oh, that came way too close to come. Just to think about the fact that they started off with Glocks and a Deagle for only one player to survive after that plant. You don't want to see that. They do win the round 4 on the board, but I do have to say that they have been clawing at some of these rounds. Already one insane retake. I think it was a 4 versus 2. Meanwhile, ex-Astralis talent almost pulling out some Glock rounds out of their asses, so not entirely sure what this is. 8 rounds and 0 kills from few is just brilliant, isn't it? Sometimes you don't have to do anything, because you can't. I do have to say, it feels like this version of the game is just way more unstable. In my opinion, CSGO was unstable, but CS2, it just feels like it's a lottery for the players, so... Some of the players, they can be consistent, but... Jesus Christ, some of the numbers in this game is just insane at the moment. Like we were just talking about a few. That doesn't really help the situation, but at least he did some damage, so... you know, teamwork for the dream to work, I guess. Or something like that. So, a little bit of a deeper flash there for Skaze to take a bit of a pick, but there's nobody actually holding on the other side. This is 3 versus 2, so we have seen a Glock come back almost with lesser numbers, so I wouldn't be that insane. Remember to actually win this, especially with Stesso pushing in. That's going to be the double peek. It works out for the CTs this time around. And Kerr burning. Catches one of the kills. The problem is the HP. For the one left, just a couple of bullets from the M4 is going to be enough. Stesso dancing with the enemy. But he finds the superior spot. Kerr is not even going to suspect it. So, it is actually going to be great to find that kill. There we go. More numbers on the board, and it is going to be... a tie right now. Of course, Few got the fewest, but he did some damage. That's gonna be a quick wraparound. This is just gonna be a couple of pistols here and there, but of course now Few just comes out with a triple. So, okay. You insult the player long enough for him to get a triple. So go for the quad, just to make your stats look a little bit nicer, I guess. Now the question is he the lowest kills player on the list at the moment? So, yes, he still is. Suma and Zanto, they're still rocking with 5, but that's 2 more than 3. So, as long as I know Met. So we'll see, I guess. Okay, a couple of domination rounds coming in from the CT side. Already we're leading with a round here, which is going to be kind of nice. And now it's all about that last round. Did you flip it around? Was it all a dream, or is this actually an opportunity? Look at that knife, already a utility being used. They're still going for these peaks. Okay, Few catches one at the start. He gets traded very quickly. And it's gonna be Cincy. Pushing slowly from the pop dog. Doesn't actually exist anymore. Tom Malai comes out with a double kill there right now. Okay. Works out very well for him. But at this point, they're supposed to have a very nice understanding where the rest of the players are coming in, as there are B players. Can't really do that much here. Stesso does drop one, but it's got to be a 3 versus 1, especially from every single angle. These players just hiding and waiting for the... Oh, that actually bounces like a Pokemon ball off of him, bud. Yeah, it's going to be 6-6. Ex-Astralis talent. They enjoy the road. Water. And Kamblui goes to bomb, and that's going to be 6-6 on the table. And at the moment, checking train is the highest CT. No, it's actually not. It's going to be Nuke. Is the highest CT-sided map on the list. For some reason, HLTV has stats from season, so I'm not entirely sure what that's about, but 54.6. So we're literally talking about like a 0.1 differential here. So Nuke and Train, very similar maps on the percentage for the teams. This is just seems to be a bit of a lurky rounds coming from Cincy. They're gonna be wrapping around towards the ex-Bob deck over here. Outside play is gonna be the right way to go. View is gonna be the first man in line to go for that pick. And Kerr has that little dot there. And this is gonna be a fake, by the way. The bomb will be rotated towards that B side. Meanwhile, they're using a lot of utility to push the CTs back towards A side, and that's just gonna be Kerr executing few. So the Danish derby so far is going to be very... Oh, Craig. Even from the air, catches one of the players. That's going to be Kerr with Zuma to bring it back to 3 versus 2. But this is actually still doable for both of the teams. Now it's all about how they want to actually play it. Bomb has been ticked to 25. That's going to be Kerr with a long shot there. And does Santo know that there's a player very close to him? It's going to be Cincy to get that first kill. But the problem is Zuma catches the quick trade. Astralis talent. They will defuse the bomb. And now it's all about that CT side. The longer of a chain, the more risk factor drops for the side of XI. Meanwhile, you lose a round like this, that could be a quick bounce. Checking out some of the guns being bought, that's going to be a 3 Galeals, 2 Deagles. And I haven't really seen that much Deagle action on this version of the game, so... Oh, that's actually a very nice little finisher right there. On the stairs, they put a little bit of plywood there for you can actually bounce some flashes. I haven't actually watched this version of the map too much, so even though it's been on a rotation for a little while now. Only the highlight games, so a bit of a newbie. Skodo. That's gotta be the scout to drop one very early on. It's always feels good when you hit that scout headshot. But that means that one of the Galeals have been dropped. That's gotta be a perfect push from Kerr. Oh boy, they don't even check it. And at this point, almost all of the timings on this push, it falls flat. And the scout, it grinds the last player. And off we go. M4's being dropped. Some very cool skins. A couple of the Galeals being picked up. Bit of an insult to injury to kill your teammates or yourself with the same gun that you bought on the last round. So let's see how disrespectful this is gonna turn into. Already a quick little push here, just to gain the control. Anybody who wants to actually push in from that angle is going to be, well, finding a bullet to the face. Zuma. 2 Galeals, 2 Deagles. 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 2 Galeals, 2 Does its damage. That's gonna be Tamalike to drop down Craig. And Xanto is actually still gonna hold on to the B side right here. So that's a lot of control and a lot of warning time if they decide to go for the quick spot there. Few almost catches the kill. Xanto does enough damage at this point. The only thing he has to do is just drop out. Tries to time out the nade, but it's a little bit too early. And it is going to be MP9 to coming for that quick revenue. 600 bucks per kill. 1,200 for him. 7,000 in his bank account. He could actually go for a very nice loan for a house right there. That's a nice little down payment. The emotionless CT figures right here, getting ready for a new round. Who do I think is gonna win? I have no idea, to be honest. One of the teams has a... Oh, that's a lot of names. One of the team has a stand-in. XI seems to be a little bit snoozy at the moment. Of course, it's not their map, so I'm not entirely sure what to say. The problem with these levels of games... Oh, that's a nice little no-scope. Only grazes him, that's the problem. Stesso is ready for the backstab at the same time. If he picks up the up, and that's going to be the outside player, Tamlike. He's actually been on the limelight today. Has enough kills, 13 to 9. The same with Skodo. Both of the players with Kerr. So that's a nice little trio doing their jobs at the moment. Meanwhile, Craig has been basically lifting the team by himself. With a little bit of a help with Skay. And we were laughing at the fact that Few only had 0 kills on 8 rounds. But just look at Sinze at the moment, 5. He's 1 away from Few, and we have been playing for 16 rounds now. Hopping into round number 17. Something needs to change, and there, to be honest, even with scoreboards like that, especially from a Nopper, they're still just 2 rounds away. So it's not the end of the world. But yeah, like I was saying, on this level of CS, basically whatever can happen every other day, so that's why, in my opinion, it's always a little bit funny that everybody thinks that everybody's trolling, because just the consistency on this level is, it's just ridiculous. It's almost non-existent. But yeah, it is what it is. Utility for the pushers. That nade didn't actually work out the right way. Ooh, off shot. I think he's going to be almost caught there. Quick low to push himself out of that situation. For a second there, it looked like he almost hit that shot, but didn't seem like it was close enough. Skodo just come back for 1. That's going to be Few to drop Suma, so at least he's batting his stats a little bit more there. But Kerr comes out with a double. And right here, we have been left with our mouths open, especially as we didn't see almost any of the fights outside. That's 10 on the board on a Astralis Talent Zone map pick. Hopping into round number 18. Quick fight outside. It works out for the side of XI. That op shot is going to be right on board. Of course, he's going to be a player. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't actually use that for anything. That's a quick, very good push, but a quick trade coming in from the B side. So Stesso, after a few goes down, catches the quick trade, but it's going to be Suma lasering in with that M4, sorry. And even a long distance shot behind number 1. This is going to work out for him well. 18 kills on the board for Craig. Meanwhile, some very stable numbers from the side of ex-Astralis Talent. Continuing the predecessors right there. Just a round away from a map point. go. Kerr sprays down Case through the smoke to start it off. And that's going to be another player lost right there. Few is really not having a good time at the moment. All of the timings have been a little bit off. Sinzi just waiting on the other side. Oh, every single bullet at the moment missing. He's just not testing the right spot right there. So it is what it is. Quick push on top of the box there, but doesn't land out a kill for either of the teams. Trash bin for the win. Ooh, that head was shown. Does Suma go for the quick little test here? Seems like he has the right idea. Goes for the swing. The crosshair is just a little bit off, but the attempt was good. And it's a long little spray for Kerr and Skodo from the Ivy. Will be Scross just shutting it down. And that's basically it. 12 on a board. We haven't really seen that much from XI on the T side. Only a round so far. And to be honest, we have to. You just have to say it how it is. They look a little bit lost. It's not their map pick. Most of the timings very off. And to be honest, it just looks like they're looking for something that doesn't really exist. Unfortunate. But here we go for a new one, I guess. That's some dough. Already pushing outside. Craig is gonna be just drop view. Comes out with a kill, but Tamalite and Kerr, they do win their respectable fights. That's gonna be the smoke for the con. And Zidzi with Case left alone, especially with one of the players just burning to crisp. Quick, nice kills coming outside. So it's a 2 versus 2. Of course, the HP advantage goes for the side of the CTs, but it's all about the little timings here. HP doesn't do that much if you can't see the player. And Tamlike could be the shunning factor right now, hiding behind the boxes. And the question is this going to be the right solution? Sinzi, one of the players, they just have to check behind this box, and if they don't, they are just going to be walking right in front of him, and it's just gonna be him. By himself, taking the last 2 players out easily. Doesn't look like it was even a challenge. And it's 13-7, I have to say. Not a bad little match right there. So, Astralis Talent picking their own map pick and looking like it. I have to say that it looked like they had that under control. And we are going to be hopping into the next map, which, if I remember correctly, was Ancient. So, HLTV at the moment is a little bit off. It's not going to be Inferno as the last map. It seems like it is going to be Nuke. So, we're going to just take a little bit of a break and hop back in here when we are ready and check out what's about to happen. Is this going to be one of those 2-0s where XI just didn't wake up today? Or is it going to be a little bit of a challenge? I'm not entirely sure, but let's check it out on Ancient. See you there. Welcome back to the stream, and yeah, it's gonna be Ancient. This is going to be XI's own pick, and as I was watching the numbers, the problem is with XI, the numbers in HLTV, they're just bad. So this is going to be a 64% versus a 33 from XI. So ex-Astralis Talent, they have played 11 maps with 64% win rate. Meanwhile, XI, they have won 1 out of the 3 games that they have played. So this is not going to be a swell time for them. XI do start off with the first kill on Tsuma though, so at least that works out. That's going to be the flash for long. Nobody's going to actually be using it. Just to gain a little bit more time there. Meanwhile, the real push is coming out. That's going to be Hugh with a couple of kills. Drake comes out with one of his own. Quick push towards the background of it, and Zanto does get one. The problem is, it is just not even close enough. So XI with a very nice pistol round here. Their own map pick. This is what they wanted to go with. And I was kind of checking their previous games. They have won 1 out of 4 games, so that's a 25% win rate on HLTV at the moment. Skinwald, which was a Finnish team, they absolutely nailed him. Ex-Astralis Talent, they did beat them before. And Eternal Fire Academy, they did beat them, but they... they got beat by them, sorry. And Gen 1 was the one that they beat 2-1, so... Not entirely sure what to think about that. Those are what they are. Here we go. This is just a little bit of a slower start here, just to make sure that in some of these cracks and crannies, ex-Astralis Talent are not going to try to use those pistols to their advantage. And right now they're just posting, seeming to rotate that bomb a little bit closer towards that B side. So we're about to get an execution here. It's all about ex-Astralis Talent, how they're reading this round. They don't have that much information at the moment, that's the problem. And especially with some of the spray. Ooh. Great. Ooh. That's a Stewie 2K nade. Well, at least we finally got some utility there. It's got to be a quick smoke to make sure that if they want to push towards the side, they aren't going to be hurted off of it. 40 seconds left on the clock. Meanwhile, seems like they're going for a final rotation. There's still a player towards that A side. It seems like they're going for the right motions at the moment, but ex-Astralis Talent, they're not letting go of that B side. They're literally walking to an almost stacked side. The only thing they need is that one kill from the pit. If they could go for it, that's got to be the spray shoot. Mike actually comes out with a kill onto Greg. This is a beautiful spot for Kerr. They have no idea that there's a player here. Anybody who tries to go for the plan could actually be dropped. Suma, Kerr, and actually Suma comes out with another kill. Again, it's a 2 versus 1 and Thew left, which is 22 HP to try to fend off for this. And a 5-7. That's just a bullet to the body, and it's enough. Oh, it just wasn't enough. It's going to be the quick spam, and it works out for a kill. Oh, boy. Astralis Talent. Ex-Astralis Talent. They do pull it back. Even that's got to be the pick of his choice, whatever weapon he wants to go for. And that's a very nice round to win. This is exactly what it does to the economy. Basically fucks it up. Meanwhile, for Astralis Talent, well, it's got to be Christmas. With those MP9s, they could farm up some very nice cash. Moolah. And they could actually hold on to those weapons, so as long as nobody goes down, you can do a lot of work with that MP9 on this map. Zuma is going to be the first one to open up that $600. That's going to be Santo. Running a little bit of the corner here. Not entirely sure if he got spotted, but it doesn't matter. Goes for the full swing. Both of the players being dropped. Nice spray down. Controls those AK bullets well. Making sure nobody's hiding. Long range MP9. It's another kill for an MP9 on this round. And it's going to be shared. So Suma got 1, Kuro 1, and that was Tamlike 1. And the money is starting to look ridiculous at the moment. So even if they buy full out utilities with the $1,400, they can actually buy in the next round. Skoda could even actually go for an op buy if it's going to be a full wipe. So as long as they just save something, even if they lose the round here, it is going to be a very nice looking neck previous upcoming round, I guess. I kind of confused myself there with my speech, so that was fun. For XI, this is starting to be one of those points where really can't get out of hand very quickly. Of course, we're very early on, but it's the mental agility that I'm worried about here. So, Craig is looking for that entry. That's going to be Skace with the first kill on the Kerr. And I'm seeing a PDF slideshow at the moment, so hopefully you guys are seeing a smooth game at least. Steady boost inside that smoke. And just the question is, are they aware of it? Doesn't seem like it. Xanto catches one of the kills to pull it back. It's gonna be the second kill from the side, so Skoda actually does a very good job of staying alive and just catching that kill. He knows that there's a player. Ooh, takes a couple of shots there. It's going to be few to drop Tamlight. This is starting to look a little bit better for the side of XI. And it's going to be the double wrap from few. Starting to pull out some numbers. Triple kill on the board already. And just looking at Xanto. Does he even want to go for it? Like I said, for the buy on the next round, just that save of that AK is going to be enough. They can actually go for the full op setup. They're going to have everything that they want, but at the same time, you kind of don't want to give that round away. But a 1 versus 3 is going to be almost impossible, so it's got to be the right choice. Save that AK, go with the win. Go for more. So, quick push towards the middle. Pops through the smoke to drop down Suma, and that's going to be the second kill on DeSanto's case. And that was a full buy from them, already taking a couple of the players down. This is starting to look a little bit better from the side of XI. We didn't see plays like this coming in from XI on the train. It was a very careful game that they went for, and you could definitely see that they felt a little bit uncomfortable on that map over here. Individual plays are doing some very good swings and picks. I mean, few actually stepping up big time at the moment. Let me open up that door. It's going to be a double for him on this round. Definitely making up for the fact that Train wasn't one of the strongest maps on round number 8 with 0 kills. So far, well, he has more kills than the whole Train side. So as long as he keeps that up, the stats are supposed to look good. Op will be the last weapon to stand. Oh my god. Almost died there. Sorry, boys. Yeah. That felt good. Few even finds that op. Takes it away from his body. Brings it back for his teammates. Off we go. That's some early fights coming in. Stesso is going to be the one to win it. Of course, these are just pistols, so there's not much invested here. A P250 didn't even actually have the time to see the first weapon from Skoda. It was just over. Bless you, thank you. Feels like I need to be blessed. Little shot there from Stesso to drop down Suma. And at the moment, we see just a little bit of a slideshow, but from the feed, it seems like they're actually taking a very nice stance on this round. Not really losing a player so far. They did lose one, so okay. Not the worst situation to be at. They can actually pick up that up, bring it back to their teammate. And the money from XI is actually looking very good at the moment. So, even with a loss, full loss, they can actually go for a full buy. No problems at all. Meanwhile, from the side of ex-Astralis Talent, with the beautiful start that they had, they're kind of keeping too much control here. Especially with the start early round kills. It's a little bit surprising how they have found those spots very early on without nobody actually contesting any of those corners. So that's where it kind of falls down at the moment. But it's a very impact-heavy map where a couple of kills can do it all. And that's few with one of the earned trees there. But at the moment, it's really falling down on the long side. That's going to be the pick towards the pit. Sinze does a lot of damage. Doesn't get the kill, but it's going to be a trade from Xanto. And just looking at Skaze, the only thing you could actually go for is some damage. And that could be enough for the next round. At the moment, I'm not entirely sure what's happening because he didn't even check the pipe. I'm very sure that barrel of the weapon did show towards the pit. But it is what it is. You can't shoot a curved bullet over there, but it is one of those situations. The timing was just perfect. A round being gained from Astralis Talent. Saving 3 weapons is going to help out with the buy here a lot, but the money just isn't great. Even with the loss bonus, 1,900 bucks. It just doesn't look good. So, you really have to hold on to those weapons. And not just, even if they win the rounds, they're going to have to do a little bit of a better job from it from now on. 3 weapons is enough, but you always want to buy us little as you can. That's going to be the early fights already. And just looking at it, in a blink of an eye, losing 3 players, they do get the bomb down. That's going to be a good push. The Mac 10 actually flying and getting a kill. Full swing towards the short. Works out for Suma. That's going to be one of the shots. Thank God Skoto hits that quick push. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Even if they win these rounds, okay, you can bring it back to a tie, but the money isn't great. So, picking that up for the next round. And this buy is going to deplete every single penny out of their bank accounts. And just one win from XI could just spiral them down into a save. And could make it a double round for them. Here we go again. Just checking for utility. Santos making sure if any quick pushes towards the A side is about to happen. To be honest, we have seen a couple of sneaky shots too, so XI, they haven't really masked that many pushes with the utility, so usually the impactful kills that they have had has been just timed pushes that worked very well for them, which is kind of nice to see. Using the enemy's utility works in Counter-Strike. Kerr holding on to his spot. It's a little bit damage done, but at the end of the day, walks away. Doesn't need to think about it. Here we go, just a little bit closer towards that pit. If they could go for any of the fights here. At the moment, there's gonna be a couple of the kills there. Very nice entries here with Craig. Even from those angles, it's almost impossible to gain a kill. Take come onto it, but it's going to be the CT side to actually step back in with a triple. And that teamwork actually works for the dream to work. Nice op shot to go for it. It's a 1 versus 2. And there's a lot of work to be done. Goes for the plant, and this seems like Suma had the right idea. The only thing you have to do is just hold on to it. Skoda actually gets tag there. It's going to be the drill. He finds the right angle. Zuma goes down. And the op won't be picked up for a double setup. Again, only 2 weapons saved for the next one. But as long as they keep pulling these rounds, doesn't really matter that much, does it? XI. They're looking for a way in here. So far, the early rounds and the mid rounds has been the one that worked for them. It's going to be the retakes in most of the cases. Or the ways to end the rounds where they have had the problems. This time around, Xanto. Noticing that there hasn't been that much action towards the A plant, so just go for the quick little push there. He's going to be actually catching one of the players from the backside. Skodo from middle drops a player. That was the one entry. Skodo, that was very trustful for him to just turn around, even seeing the player. I'm not entirely sure what that was all about, but the bomb just quite doesn't go enough. I'm not entirely sure for that jump, but Skodo misses the shot. Okay. That's a little bit unfortunate. That could have been the entry to get onto the side right there, but a 2 versus 3 is still very doable from the side of ex-Astralis town. The lurk coming in from the A main. That's going to be the quick push. Again, a missed shot from that op, and so does the AK Sing. Kerr going for the perfect timing. Behind the box. Oh, Craig is playing so much time. I'm not entirely sure even how this is possible. That's going to be the pop flash right in front of me. Craig actually wins the fight to pull it back to a 2 versus 2. They have to get onto the side. That's going to be the smoke. Tam-like drops down Skaze. The only thing he has to do is just find the angle. And it's going to be a defuse right in front of his eyes. Oh boy. Again, Astralis talent. Barely with a player alive, but they win the round. That economy has to hate them. A main push works out very well. The timing is going to be on point. XI is not going to change that strat for that round. They're still going to go for the quick little donut push. And to be honest, to a spot, it works out very well. There was a couple of missed opportunities for Skodo. A player walks in front of him. He just turns away expecting a flash. And another player basically just jumps in front of him. That could have been a double kill for him right there. But when you have teammates like those, little mistakes are okay. Go for more. A-side push seems to be the way to go. That XM just waiting for lunch. A couple of nice kills though. Wait a minute, only one for a second. It looked like he was gonna get the second one too. So, a shotgun from the close angle is going to be a fun little opponent to go against. And yeah, pushing in low HP. That's gonna be a triple. Xanto. Stats patter. At the moment, KD of 2. Not entirely. Can we actually see the rating here? Hello? Hello? Daddy. Let me check this if I can actually find it here. Do we have ratings? Advanced. Yeah, we don't have the ratings yet. It actually gets calculated after that, so that's a little bit unfortunate. If they could actually find like a system that does it automatically into the scoreboard, I would love that. But yeah. And the shotgun isn't something to laugh at that point, so from close range in this game, it's just lethal. So, I'm surprised we haven't actually seen more Nova action. It's just so much easier to go for the XM, I guess. So, Skodo catches that first kill on the few, and at the moment, XI is just starting to drop the ball. For a little while there, it actually looked like they were gonna fight for this map, but right now, Greg is the only thing to stand in between them, it seems like. Skodo with a double kill there, and that's gonna be Sensei with one, but Santo ends it quick. 8 on the board. More than we actually had on train. Just to get a little bit of a reference, I guess. Few is the one to top the scoreboard. Actually on a whole server at the moment. 14 to 10, 1.4 KD. Not bad at all. Zanto, 13 and 6. So a little bit over 2 KD right there. So we're having some players having a good time at the moment. What is the H2H? What is... head-to-head. Yeah, it took me a little while. Like, what kind of a... what is that acronym for? But yeah, head-to-head between these two teams. They did have a earlier game. I think it was with a little bit of a different roster. So they lost 2-0. XI, they got their ass just absolutely bounded on that game. But for a second here, it looked like Ancient was going to be the key for them. But at this point, it's not. Alright, this is a little bit of a silent round. Oh, that candy apple red Glock is beautiful. Actually thinking about buying a Glock at the moment, so 19X, that's the way to go. You have to have a hobby here in Finland to actually own a gun, so that's a little bit disappointing, but it is what it is. You have to go through the motions. Meanwhile, Suma getting a little bit closer towards that cheetah. You're about to get that first action in about a second. That was the first kill. Kerr just runs in ahead of Suma to catch that one. If they could open up the side with one more kill, that could be insane. Kerr with a quick little peeky right there. Drops down Sinzi. And that's going to be the one shot to the face from Stesso. Doesn't mean anything else than with that one bullet. But meanwhile, A side absolutely ran over. They do have a player on top of the platform there, but it doesn't really matter. They handle it very quickly. The bomb will be planted. And off we go. It's a 1 versus 2. Stesso does drop one before heading on to the side, but it's a quick little trade there. And Astralis talent, Nain on the board. Yeah. A 2-0 seems to be very likely so far, as long... Well, to be honest, let me think about that. It's going to be a pistol round. Astralis talent is not going to lose this one. It's going to be 10 on the board. They're still going to have money for a buy easy peasy, not even questioning it. For XI, it's going to be basically at that point a dead buy. They have to go for what they can. If they lose the map, the round is going to be 11 on the board for Astralis, and the round after that is just going to be easier. Oh, that nade is going to be beautiful. Oh, ho, 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 ho! Ho, ho, ho! Everybody's getting a present today. Oh, the Mac 10 didn't get that kill. Only got one. And there we go. This is the round that is very important for the side of XI if they want to bring this round, this map back. To be honest, 6 rounds isn't the worst thing to happen. We have seen much bigger comebacks. The problem is that we haven't really seen anything on the T side, but on the CT side, they might actually have something. So let's keep our hopes up. Let's see what they can actually do. It's going to be Santo leading with Skodo towards that A main. Nobody's actually there to hold on to it. That's going to be a breach from middle. That's 3 players already pushing towards that A side. And as long as they play this well, they have a ridiculous gap here. Literally nobody's holding this. That's going to be the shot to the back of the head. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. Maybe a push from the smoke, the perfect timing. Kerr comes out with the first kill. Almost drills the player from short, so that's a lot of damage done. And a missed shot. A side control already gained. And this is starting to look like the end for the side of XI. Especially with a player lurking from middle. It's going to be so hard to retake the site. Stesso is low. This could even be a call for a save. Any damage done, especially with the bomb going down behind the boxes, the only thing he has to do is just get a kill. That's done. That's going to be the flash. Catches one exactly the way that we're hoping for. That nade is going to take care of Stesso. He didn't have that much HP to play around with. And this is just a bad spot to be at. So, okay, that's an interesting way to push through the smoke, but it comes to a player. Suma does win it. Nearly. 11 on the board, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Look at the money. Suma so luck. Yes. Great analysis. Oh boy. No, but this is Counter-Strike. It's 3-2-2, whatever happened. Even if a meteorite hits the server. Oh, a quick little push there. Cheetah push didn't really work out. Left side beat. Reagan. A quick little drive. Actually, that was kind of like to shoot his teammate on the back of the head. But Stesso does come with a drive-by there. And that's going to be a couple of the kills. It's a 3 versus 3. This isn't the worst looking round ever, but few. Even with 15 kills, rocking just a deagle. He needs a little bit of a spot there to use it. Still holding on to that donut. It's got to be the double hold coming in towards the pit. And Stesso is actually going to go for the peak. That's an execution. Wait a minute. For a second there, I thought that op shot actually hit the stream just lagged for me. So that is a way to bring it back to a man advantage, which is a very nice spot to be at. So XI. The little Spartans showing us a trick here. Nice shot from Skate to drop down Tam-like, sorry. That's names. For some reason, that name is very hard for me. Here we go. That's got to be the A side push from Santo. Basically, the only thing he has to do is just damage here. That's got to be the pick. The Shadow has got to be the one to sell him out. You have to be a little bit quicker on that one. 11-5. 6 rounds just to pull it back to a tie here for Astralis talent. Ex-Astralis talent, so everybody remembers. They need 2. Just lock this down 2-0. Here we go. The PDF slideshow at the moment giving me a run for my money. There we go. Some of the damage has been done. That's going to be Suma just burning alive. Wow. Not entirely sure what's happening at the moment. Just looking at a stalled screen, but from the game, seems like it's all alright. Off to a new one. So, the 6th round in a row. No, not in a row, sorry. On a board. Quick little catch there. Seems like Craig finding a second wind here. It's gotta be the utility being thrown there. Nice little nade to pop out the smoke, I guess. And the op shot rings. Nobody's taking the shot there. Greg actually comes up with a double in this round. Still goes for the third player. So he's really trying to put himself out there at the moment. Stesso gets dropped, so this is still a little bit doable, depending on how they actually decide to funk here on the B side. With a couple of entries, it's going to be enough. That shot from the AK doesn't really land. Skoda takes a little bit damage there. It's going to be the utility. Flash is a little bit short, especially from the lower back here. Smoke to cover up along, and it's going to be basically a 1 versus 2 on towards the side. They do get the kill. The problem is one of the players is a little bit damaged. That op shot rings true. Perfect timing, perfect hit. That's the Molotov to just push out the players. They do need to fight for the side again. 20 seconds left on the clock. This is a lot on the necks of these two players trying to go for that plan again. Sinzi drops Santo. That's going to be the final attempt coming in about a second. He has to go for the plan. They are thinking about the full swing here. The bomb has been planted, at least a little bit money. Tamlike, the only thing he has to do is just at least catch a kill. Fully blinded at the moment, and he will be dropped. There it is. X-side, they do bring it to a 7. But they had to fight for it. Actually, saving 3 weapons for the next round. Very good. Good boys. Four rounds to separate these two teams. Meanwhile, from Astralis Talent, we have seen a couple of nice attempts, but some better plays coming out from the side of XI. First opening shot, close to the smokes. Oh, this is a very good spot from Santo. I'm not entirely sure if they even know that there's a player there. Cure already catching one with the Tech 9. They're just shooting through that smoke, but they don't find a kill. That's a bit of a problem right there. Stesso catches Skoda. These Tech 9s can still be very dangerous, especially as they have picked up an 8K. That's going to be Kerr with one of the kills, but Stesso catches the quick trade. That's going to be the smoke to try to catch off Donut. The Deagle shots trying to rain in. They have to go for the hold. It's going to be 3 seconds, 2 seconds on the clock. Somebody has to shoot. The problem is they're not going to go for the risk. Temlike from the A main can barely do anything. 8 on the board for Astralis Talent, ex-Astralis Talent. To be honest, just thinking about the fact that those were some Tech 9s, not that bad of a round. Getting that bomb down, getting extra money. Raising the stress levels from the side of XI. But now the question is, can they finish this? Is this going to be a 3-map series? Or are we going to be just disappointed with you? Yo no say, but we'll see. Here we go. Quick little utility dump there at the start case. Nice little kill on the Suma. Case name has been popping up a couple of times here as well. Few having a very good game on Ancient, so as long as we actually stepped away from Train, the CT side here at least seems to be pretty stable. Ooh, that's just a shot to the face. How did you enjoy that? Brave decided to go for the Ivy push. That's gonna be the double. Oh, this might be the mistake. Tamlai comes out with a kill. Few comes out with one of his own, and Zinzi just goes for the quick pop towards the pit and hits that shot. And now it's all about shooting. Oh God. This man has X-ray vision. He's a mutant. X-Men definitely have to hire him, but Tamlike, left in 1 versus 3, finds the first player. Going for a little bit more. Knows that one of them has to be tagged, but the problem is Tesso's timing from the little cave there is going to be on point. Let's go, boys. Timeout from ex-Astralis talent. X-AT. People have been hoping that we get Nuke. Alright. That could be an interesting... More money for me, I guess, but... Interesting game. Nuke on the table. Come back, Israel. Looking at the numbers on the board right here. One mistake. And this could be quicker than the sound. I have no idea what it was about to reference. I forgot. But yeah, here we go. So, early push. Nice little shot to the face. Kerr is the one to actually take a face full of it. That's going to be the nice back angle here from middle. The color of that smoke is just ridiculous. Meanwhile, they do have the A side. That's a very nice control for three of the players. But oh, Tamalike, he really needed to win that fight. It's got to be the day goal to hit that shot to the face. The problem is he hits his teammate as well. Santo double dinks. And it gets dropped. That's money out of his pocket. He shot his teammate on the back of the head, but he also dinked the enemy. So, to be honest, he could have actually gained a double deagle shot there. I've actually done it once when... no, it was in CSGO, so not on this version of the game. On Dust 2, they decided to go for an B-side execution. It was a sunny day. I only had a deagle. Oh boy, did they line up well. One shot, 2 kills. My mother was so proud. Here we go. This time around, it's gonna be the guns. And already a couple of kills here at the start. XI really enjoying this round. Few even catches one this time. I'm not entirely sure what Astralis talent is doing, but there's literally losing players left and right. They seem to be playing from the back foot every single time. Few is just posing. Ooh, what a shot to the face. An 11th round on the board. Are you serious? 11 rounds. Sorry, yeah, I said on a board, not in a row. Astralis Talento. Are we going to see a nuke? A little bit of a nuke. Looking at where we are at the moment. So, early nades being spent there. A couple of Molotovs just to make sure that if they want to go for the B wraparound, it's going to be a little bit of a problematic play. But meanwhile, from the A main, Zinzi just dropped the first player. He's going to be very quickly trade. And here we are, 1-1. And we're just waiting. This could be a fake. XI starting to think about it. Now it's all about the timing. If they could actually pop on towards that side at the perfect timing as XI is starting to spread out here, this could be the timing. This could be the perfect opportunity to open up that side. And let's check out what's about to happen. Check their inventory after this match. I don't think they're gonna go for an iBuyPower anymore, so those times are over. Quick little push, almost catches both of the players. It's gonna be the trade. Craig does get dropped from the air, and that is just Kerr. The push towards the side goes to shit. Astralis talent, they enjoy it. One round to either push it to an overtime. How many rounds is that in a row? I have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 rounds in a row. In a straight. Ask me. I'm very straight. iBuyPower will be proud as fuck. Unfortunately. Molotov some middle. This time around we're actually going to see a little bit of a middle push, so it's been a while. Astralis talent Hopefully you guys enjoy the spawn. So that's a cool looking space right there. Let's not focus on the fights that much. So, Cincy, for a while there, it looked like he could actually gone for a double kill. Catches Santo off that corner. It's going to be a quick trade from Skodo, so at least that works out for them. So it's a 3 versus 3. Something works out for the side of the boys. What the hell is happening? Stesso. I'm not entirely sure what he's doing, but okay. A man advantage. And we're just 2 kills away from an overtime. That's gotta be the utility being spent for short, and his teammates are going to be wrapping around from the cave, so that's a lot of work for few. Goes for the first. This is gonna be the double wrap. Fakes coming out. What a headshot, but gets dinked in the process. 4 HP left. This is actually very retakeable. And here it is. Nice op shot there at the end to shut it down. 12-12, we are heading into overtime. 24 kills for few. Absolutely rocking the server with Skaze. What a time to actually come alive here. And yeah, it's a little bit disappointing for XI in a way that they could have won this map already, but beggars can be choosers, I guess. So coming in from 4-8 loss, this is a lot better. Here we go. Here we go. So, after my little power trip right there. Oh, no good. Enjoy the timeout. Anybody else? Here we go. So, Skaze with Stesso. Oh, this time around, of course, it works out for the CT side very well. And there we go. That's basically the round, as they can't, well, even the last player is being hunted at the moment. Bit of a line out through the smoke. Skodo. Catch just one, but that's not even close. And through the smoke, he will be found out. to 12. The round they wanted to win earlier here. Astralis talent. Are we going to see a similar mid push again? Is that going to be the answer? Again, focus on the spawn there. Hopefully you enjoy it. Stesso, again with a very lackluster kill there on the Tamalite. That's got to be the other kill. We don't actually see a lot of teamwork here at the moment. It's just players walking onto a site at this point, getting just drilled one by one. Not that much of a fight. Finally, some kind of a Molotov on the site, but at this point, as they're not even gonna push into it. So much work to be left. Zanto catches few. time is going down on a 3 versus 4. Still doable in a sense. But right now it's getting a little bit harder. Stesso catches Skodo. That's got to be the kill even through the smoke. Okay, nice catch right there. Great. Ends the life out of Suma, but Xanto has to step in. The problem is getting fought from every single angle. It is just going to be over for him. And there it is. A couple of the players a little bit low in HP, but as long as they survive for the next round, they're okay. And off we go. 14-12. At the moment. A third map seems to be very likely here. If Astralis talent doesn't wake up. Seems like off their juice already got cut off, so that's a long spray. I think if for a second he actually had the eyes on the player. It's gonna be Craig with a nice little catch there. Stesso steps in with the second one. And they're kind of starting to lose the plot. That nade is good, but the problem is they do need to catch that bomb. It's left on the B side, even from middle. They're just getting shot down. Theo with a nice little shot there. And I'm not entirely even sure what to say at this point. Left in between a rock and a hard place, I guess. Skodo tries to go for a quick poppy shot. Not gonna hit it. And a shot to the face to end it. Craig catches the skill on Skodo, and that's basically it for them. And at the moment, I have to say, this doesn't look like the team that was doing such a good job earlier. Basically, on 3 of these rounds, Astralis talent, they were just running one by one into some very awkward spots. And what we actually saw a little bit earlier, I'm not entirely sure because they did win a lot of CT rounds. We didn't see that many T-side rounds from them. The issue started to be that in most of these situations, they barely had any teamwork there. So it was just mostly them trying to go for solo plays. Flash over there. Middle and A side already peppered. Xanto with an early kill. So at least the CT side seems to be the one to work out for them. And, well, at the moment it's just a full shutdown. We don't even need to see it. It's just over. Oh boy. Hunting the last player. Skodo catches the shot on the Sinze. To be honest, he wasn't about to do that much solo. Rocking an op. A 5k there could have been awesome, but it's not gonna work out. Early push towards Cheetah. That's gonna be the long nade there. Nobody's gonna catch it that hard. And XI showing a couple of cards here. what they could go for it, just masking their real play. Meanwhile, they do have the middle control. That is going to be a little bit of a creep coming in from Santo. He has to be careful. Oh, caught off at the wrong possible timing with a lot of players. Now it's all left on Tsuma. He needs to catch. He does have the utility in his hand. That's the worst spot to have it. It's going to be a quick little trade, and A side opens up like a book. And here, the problems start to rise. Kerr need to do some damage. It's not the worst amount, but it's enough for him to know. Possible attempt here. Few on the side of this box, just holding. Nice catch on the first one, goes for the swing on the second. And this was all just a ruse. B side will be the right side for them. Just faking it, quick little push towards the short to catch down Tamlight. That's got to be the way to go, and the last player will find his own. We are going to be seeing a Nuke. Astralis talent, ex-Astralis talent, have to be very careful with what I say. We're gonna get a copy striked. I'm not entirely sure. That was a little bit unfortunate. They had the control 4-8 on the first half, actually almost shutting it down. I'm not entirely sure how big of a lead they had. I did say something like from 4-11, 4-10. I think I said like 10 or 11. I think it was 7-6 rounds that I said that it's not the worst comeback to see, especially on the CT side of Ancient, and they did it. So we are going to be hopping into a Nuke, so the series is not over right yet. The last time Astralis Talent did win 2-0. This time around, it's 1-1. Let's check out what's about to happen on Nuke, take a little bit of a break, and see you over there. And map number 3 it is, as we are going to be hopping back into the groove after a little bit of a stumble there from Astralis talent, ex-Astralis talent. But third time is the charm, I guess. It's unfortunate with a ridiculously like that XI. They do pull it back in a great form, showing us a little bit of a game there. Now the question is, can they actually shut it down as well? Just bringing it back to a third map and then losing it is might be one of the worst ways to actually lose a best of 3 here. This is gonna be Santo with a kill onto Stesso. Skodo comes up with a nice light shot, and this is just an absolute shutdown. Kerr with a triple at the end. Nobody even contesting that. One of the chillest looking rounds in a while there, I guess. Seller already calling it a GG, I guess. That was a quick decision. You don't need much. Sometimes it's just that little touch there. Off we go. So, GG easy. Nice catch. Of course, these are just blocks. Oh, he's farming a little bit of cash. The last bullets didn't quite hit, but Skaze is gonna catch at least 2 at the air. With the glove, he will be handled down, and we are going to be hopping into the third round. A couple of $100 being farmed with that MP9. Of course, losing Kevlar and a weapon is going to be a little bit more expensive, but checking out the buy, you can actually go for an M4 setup at the moment. And just trying to get a little bit of a vibe what XI could go for. If they want to go for a quick A-side explosion, that could be one of the ways. They haven't really touched ramp so far. That could be one of the sites that ex-Astralis talent is looking at the moment. So let's check out how they're actually going to dispense here. Oh, just a normal setup. Nothing that too much to it. I need to open up the smoke if it's going to be an explosion. But this time around, it is going to be just a little bit more of a stable round. No quick plays. XI playing the defaults and actually setting up some utility from the spawn at the moment. That's going to be the smoke outside. And at this point, we're just seeing a slow play. Some utility being dropped for his teammate there. Hand over it. And a need to pop out the smoke for another little glimpse. And XI, they're playing this very passively at the moment. So most of the utility here for any entry. There's enough flashes and smokes to go for it. That's going to be the second layer of the push. Stesso with a nice kill into Santo. And this is starting to get a little bit more uncomfortable for the side of ex-Astralis talent, as they are going to be pushing to the lower side. Some of the players drop down. That has to be the information. A shot to the back. A headshot coming in. And that's going to be few with a second shot as well. Drops down Zuma. Skodo catches 1 to try to save that up. And right now I have to say it's all up in the air. What could happen here? Numbers looking very good for the side of XI. Is it 11 Roman numbers? Where does the name come from? Wait a minute. How was the Roman? I don't remember the 1x is 9, I guess. And XI is 11. X is 10. I need to figure this one out. Roman numbers. Welcome, Google. Yes, 11. Okay, the other way around. It's 9. Just need to make sure. Xixi. Ah, okay. Because there's like the Roman helmet right there. Could actually go with the team. Ah, you were kidding. You're a bad boy. Doesn't matter. Satellite with the first kill on that MP9. Meanwhile, it's just going to be an explosion towards the A side. A couple of good frags coming in, but it is a 3 versus 3, so they could actually go for the quick little play here. By the way, it is VIII. That's what it is. That's 9. 4 eyes. Skodo Absolutely drilled from the vent there. That's a couple of shots through the smoke just to make sure if he could catch one of the players. But at this point, even losing the 5-7 on the fight, 1 versus 3 towards that A side is just not going to happen. So Kerr is attempting to save that M4 for the next round. And XI with a couple of nice pop-in rounds. Looking very good. It is, yes, okay. Yeah. IX, yes, of course, because if it's in front of it, you minus. Okay, you guys are good. You're some very good boys in the chat. But to be honest, when's the last time I needed Roman numbers? Do you even use them anymore? I don't know. Yeah, play too much Final. Yeah, but to be honest, yeah, they love to mark their games that way. This is just gonna be a quick little lobby push. God, ended as quickly as it started. Oh, your watch, yeah, of course. Watches actually. Some of the watches still have those. Mine doesn't. This is going to be a buy round. This is where it actually starts to get a little bit interesting. If XI start to run away with some of these T-side rounds, on both of the earlier maps, that's where they had the issues. Of course, Nuke is a lot more played map on a full of these days, which is kind of insane to think about the fact. Nuke is a very played map so far. That's going to be Suma with an entry. Sorry, defending kills. Skoda comes out with his own case. Comes out with a quick little trade there. Still a man deficit for the side of XI, but they are running towards this B side. That's going to be Sato to try to defend for one more. He's still alive. At the moment, I'm not entirely sure what's happening. They're just losing players in the most silliest way. But Kerr comes and stabilizes the situation. The problem is they have taken a little bit too much damage on the economy side, so try not to lose these 2 weapons at the end. Oh, the flick shot from that op. That was a very sloppy spray, by the way. From that distance, you're supposed to end the fight 5 bullets. He used like a half a mag there. Has CS still been updated to a point where the gunplay feels snappy? I haven't played it for a while, for a good reason too. I just don't want to go for any more therapy at this point. Bit of a timeout there from ex-Astralis talent. Yeah, that B fight, for the first few, on point. The problem is after that, on top of the site, it got very sloppy. They started to lose a lot of weapons there. You can see it on the economy. So, you lose this round, that's basically a save at that point, or a force. Really don't want to go for too many of those on the CT side. It's got a bit of Molotov spent. Some basic utility there at the start. Need to pop out the smoke. You can go for a couple of peeks there. So far, see the T side doesn't really want to play that squeaky that quick. Knowing that it is a hot point with all the smokes being used. Looking at this. An untouched round. Just a little bit of utility being spent. Nobody taking a hit so far. And this could go for a little bit of an outside explosion with that smoke. So they are trying to push towards it. That's going to be the second smoke to try to push in towards the secret. Then bomb is actually coming from on top. I'm not entirely sure if that's a good idea. If you have an opera outside. That's the end of that fight. Nice shot from Kerr to the drop down skates. We're not really seeing the outside fights at the moment, but you can see on the minimap how they're starting to stack up. Seems like our observer just crashed out. Somebody go and shake him. Maybe he's sleeping. View. A nice entry on the Suma. So it's a 1-to-1 trade so far. Low on HP too, 13 points of health to try to play around with. Meanwhile, Ray starting to push in from heaven, and they have a lot of space at the moment to work with. The problem is, from where are they going to be pushing? Oh, trying to push behind him. He does get the kill, but the problem is Santo is right there behind him. It's a 1 versus 2. Again, only 2 of the weapons. They survive for the next round. They do pick up the ops, both of them plural. Change it quickly for an AK. Double op setup. Might not be the best idea on CS2 anymore, especially with the entry power that this game has on its east side. You don't want to miss that one shot. Doesn't feel bueno. Doesn't feel muito bueno. Muito bem. Full minute to talk. Technical pause. All right, seems like we're getting back to it. Finally. Here we go. So, a little bit of a reset there. Not entirely sure what the problem was, but it seems to be a little quick hiccup as we're getting back into the flow. That's going to be the deeper smoke towards Squeaky. If he wants to actually push it, he could. Suma is not going to go for those plays here. Ooh, idea was correct. That's a quick little poppy pop flash. Skodo, meanwhile outside, is actually going to catch one of those kills. The player on top of main, executed. Rest of the players, just looking for a good spot to hang out at. So as ex-Astralis talent, if they could actually take this round, that's going to be 5 on the board. And we might actually finally see a little bit of a save from XI. Meanwhile, Sensei not having a good game. 0 kills on the board so far. Zilch for him. Ooh. A quick little push there. Skodo. Oh, comes out with the second one as well. That's a triple kill for the man. A little nice hat trick. And he's actually still going. Are we going to see a full ace? Pops off the USB. That's the problem. It's domed in the head, but they know where he is. Already done the job. 4K for him, and it's going to be Curl with the last one. Not that far away from a nice little ace. We haven't actually had one in a while now. I want to see Ace. Give me Ace. Ace Combat. That was a game back in the days. Push. A very exciting play from the CTs. Couple of shots through that smoke. Nobody's actually lining up. This is just going to be a Glock push with a couple of Deagles. So, actually, it's going to be a Deagle push without one Glock. Crosshair just trying to scan for a headshot. It's going to be the long-range duels on top of the main. Kind of making Kerr's life a little bit of a hell, but he does find a headshot. So this is basically just a DM for him. As many kills as he can. Skoda even comes up for a 1. Kerr feels, well, betrayed. A minute left on the clock. What can Stesso do with 20 HP and a Deagle without a bomb? Not even a dream. I'm not entirely sure. Nothing. Tamlike will catch him off the bat. And a 3-round lead. There's 3 more rounds to be played for, so Ex-Astralis talent, they can actually salvage the CT easily. For XI, a couple of good rounds here. Definitely gives them food to stand on. It's all about just outside. Okay, Craig with few. Get the first 2 players. That's gonna be a quick little trade from Zuma, bud. Still the entries alive. They're a little bit low in HP though, so Stesso drops Zuma. That's just a single bullet to the head. Zinzi. That accuracy out of that AK on point. A quick little flash for Heaven, but nobody's actually posting over there. So this is just going to be basically a round for the side of XI. 11 looking good. A shot to the side of the head for Xanto as well. And yeah, on a map like this, it seems like the quick way works. Let me ask a little question from the chat. Yay, or just say the team's name, I guess. Which team, if there's bettors here, which team did you go for on a betting list? I'm not even sure what multipliers for this game was. Let me actually check. Oh yeah, okay. This is very heavily XI based at the moment, so a median of 5x at the moment. Seems like one of the sides have even 7 times. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of numbers on the board. Okay. Yeah. To be honest, makes sense. No real reason to put money on Astralis talent. You wouldn't really win that much. Put $100, you get 120 back. You get unlucky, you lose it. Not a good time. But you put 100 on XI. Ooh. That's a half $1,000 right there. Buckaroos. I will earn some lunch money if I win. If XI wins, okay. That's sad. Is it like a critical lunch money, or are we talking about like death and life here? Life and death? A nice pub lunch. Okay, okay, that's a little bit different though. You good. Yeah, the last time I bet, I think it was the... Was it the Paris Major? It went so quickly tits up that it wasn't even funny. Like, basically every single pick from the first row went to shit. Then I went for a long bet. I think it was like... I went for all the teams. What it was, like 9 games or 8 games? If I remember correctly, the Mongols wasn't on that list then. Or some other team that was banned from the betting site. And I only got 1 wrong from that full straight. That could have been a nice little multiplier. I think it was like 17 or something like that, so... Yeah. Good times. Close. I don't think that we have once had a situation on a major where a full row of games goes exactly the way it's supposed to go. That is very rare. So, to be honest, in normal games too. I don't really remember a situation like that, but yeah. Outside, it's going to be a little bit of a scuffle. That's going to be Skoda with the first kill. Goes for the second one, but Few is there to catch him. So, those are some... Okay. Did your mouse just go full loco, or what the hell happened there? For some reason... Or was it one of those situations his teammates called out not to try to flash? Oh, Nate. Oh, Stesso comes up with a triple. Okay. That's a triple kill to open it up. XI. Very close to that round number 5 here. Go. Beep, beep goes the bomb. round number 5 on the board. One step closer to food tomorrow. Okay, that got sad again. It is what it is. Well, early fights are gonna work for Suma. That's a quick trade though. Winning and losing. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. And meanwhile, that's a lot of taxpayer bullets being used through the smoke just to make sure that maybe if somebody's on the other side, they're gonna get peppered by them. Meanwhile, wait a minute, there's a player actually threw the squeaker right there. I'm not entirely sure if Stesso spotted that. Oh, well, he jumped back, so now I'm just entirely confused. There's a little bit of a reset coming. Stesso looking for a nice little opportunity here. Anybody who sleeps on the wheel too much, they are going to be catching a bullet. Maybe even more. Ooh, he spots both of the players. That's going to be a double for him. Few comes up with a nice little headshot towards the heavens. Catwalk, that's the second one too. Few is actually having a very good game. Stesso steps in with another shot here. Oh boy, do they turn it around quickly. And could this be the tie that we're looking for? Tamlai comes up with one. It's going to be the laser from the other side of the server. Boy, oh boy. The MP9 to come in for clutch. Tamlai with 5 kills, and to be honest, with some very potential too at the end, so good job. Now the question is, what kind of a CT side are we going to get from XI? Xigzi! Is it going to be that, or is it going to be this? I'm going to grab another energy drink. 1 second. I'm not actually drinking a Monster. This is a Finnish energy drink called Teho. So power. It tastes like shit. But it does the job. Here we go. So. Torille perkele. Tai vittu. Molemmat käy. So, a minute 35 left on the clock. And it seems like we're getting a little bit closer towards the ram. That's going to be the couple of 9mm swinging through the players' earlobe there. They're actually hunting down the players from hell at the moment. That's going to be the first kill for at least Tamlai. So putting up some more numbers to that scoreboard. Suma is going to catch Skaze, and the bomb will be dropped towards the lower side. They could actually go for the plan right here. And the Glock is looking for more. It's hungry at the moment. Just looking for that little opportunity. Anybody who wants to go for an off-peak, they could shut it down very quickly. Few is going to be the first one in row to go for that peak. Oh god, Suma, with a couple of shots, he does end it. And it will be the both of the players thinking about saving those armors, because they could go for an MP9 setup or something like that on the next round. Stesso does drop Kerr, 300 buckaroos towards the bank. And Suma does drop Greg. It's going to be a drive-by shoot. A drive-by shot from Stesso. Actually does catch a couple of the kills, so 900 bucks for next round with armor. He could go for an M4 if he wants. Does he just... No, yeah, M4 A1S. He could go for it, so... I did count it correctly. I am happy. You have done very well to disguise that accent. Oh, thank you, yeah. Kyllä siis se Suomi-murre löytyi tosta yhdestä kohtaa, mutta se on lähtenyt mennä. Ja todellakin käy. Kyllä. Suomalainen, eikö? Paskaläpä, joo. Hei, takas peli. English. It is surprising that people see it surprising. Swahili, that's not Swahili, that Finnish. Zuma and Skodo. Wait a minute, this was the... Yeah, they did go for a little bit of a buy. It was just so quickly over. European. Yeah, just a little bit of an Aryan end there. So the Scout M4 as a Deagle will be safe for the next round. Just a couple of entries, very quick start. Ex-Astralis talent taking a very important round here. And right now, the hunt is on for one of the players. It's not going to catch them, so... now the question is, they are going to get a little bit of money. They did save jewelry weapons for the next round, so... If they want to go for a broken buy, it is on the table. And to be honest, it's not going to be even that bad. The problem is if they lose the round now. That's where it really goes off the wall if they go for a full buy here. But they seem to be okay with just armors and pistols. For Stesso at the moment, he's just rocking at USB. That's going to be the right play. For the next round, they are going to be gaining 2,900 bucks. So with that amount of money, they basically can buy themselves, well, a house if they want to. At the moment, the feed is lagging so much, I can barely even see what's happening. So, hello? I'm about to tap that computer. Oh, we're back. Just a little threat there, and it works. But meanwhile, we did lose a player. That's going to be Suma. Dropped at the start, so weapon on the floor. Didn't quite catch what weapon it was. Nobody's there to salvage it, so I don't think it was that important. Meanwhile, for the rest of the players, they are kind of splitting up here for a ramp take. So B-side, or an explosion towards the upper side, especially with the players getting a little bit closer towards lobby. That's got to be the kill from Kerr. So Stesso walks in front of that Galil. A shot to the face. And the explosion towards the A side is got to be the way to go. Oh, boy. At the same time, two of the players fall. So it's a 2 versus 3 with the Molotov on Heaven. The bomb will be planted right in front of the hut. The Setter's Creek hut. Now it's all about the plays. How do they want to actually retake the site? The numbers play for the side of Exile, but the weaponry is a little bit better on the side of Astralis. With the smoke. Oh, they actually do win the first fight. One of the players very low in HP from the catwalk. The quick push comes in, but it's got to be the USB to shut it down. And a retake that works for XI. Oh boy. I'm a little bit surprised that the first player that jumped through the main smoke didn't go with the wind. Maybe dropping a ball there from Squeaky. Who's going to win this? I'm not entirely sure. Astralis talent has been looking a little bit better, but they did choke Ancient. And it's not a full choke. XI did play their CT side very well, so... And Astralis talent didn't really have a lot on the T side of Ancient. A lot of solo plays, not that much of a teamwork. And to be honest, there's just 3 rounds to separate these two teams, so if they have a stable CT side, anything is possible. But what I'm worried about is that if I remember some of these names that have been casting back in the days, ex-Astralis talent, they have some very capable names here on Nuke's T side, especially on the entry side, so that's a bit of a problem. Some damage already done through the main, so Craig is just going to take that information and just leave it. Skodo catches Cinzi. That's going to be one of the first early entries needed. Yeah, they probably have solid strats for the T side Nuke, yeah. And not just strat, they do play well, if I remember correctly how this team played. It's not the same players fully, but they have some very strong entries too, so you can do a lot with that. If you have a player that can open up a couple of kills at the start, just like that, exact best best way to show exactly what we're talking about. Skodo, only 2 entries at the start of the round, not that much of a strat. They already have the A site, and XI is already saving 10 on the board. That's the problem. When you get absolutely rocked by that op, you know, like Kerr even finds one of the saved weapons. Optimus Prime. I'm not entirely sure why I said that, but might be the ADHD kicking in. I'm at the moment just checking outside my window. It's very windy today. Seems like it's gonna rain again. Meanwhile, it's raining bullets in Nuke. Ooh. Hello. Missed shot there. Not entirely sure what he was looking for, so Craig maybe saved that weapon. Atentando de buscar más muertos no sería bueno. 10 on the board, 3 to win it, 2 to make it a map and a match point on the 3rd map. We needed a lot. Four rounds to separate these two. On Ancient, it was a lot of a larger gap. Ooh, Kerr. Again with the entry. This is exactly what I was talking about. We have the players that are this strong against the level of this opponent. It is just kills for the T side, left and right. Oh boy. I'm not even entirely sure if you should call that a round, but yeah, it is. Yeah. Cheers from Norway, by the way. My Arctic brother. Thank you, my brother from another mother. How you doing? I was actually thinking about heading to Norway one of these days. To fish. You have some nice... what is lohi in English? Give me a second. Salmon. Yeah. Some good salmon. Need to pop open this door. That's gonna be the smoke. They're not gonna use it, so... It is one of those situations, especially looking at the weaponry from the side of XI11 at the moment. They are not really hanging with this one. Already lost. Wait a minute. Did you actually pull it back with a couple of the kills? That 5-7, it really needs to be nerfed in this game. It's just ridiculous at this point. And right now... Just scanning throughout the areas. Both of the players with armor rocking those AKs. Even an extra molly. But at the moment it's not the... Sorry, wrong match. It's okay, dude. It's not the numbers. It's about the shots. They do need to land these ones. Just losing a player here could be the end for the side of XI at the moment. Focusing a lot on that A side. Of course, with a player down. Close to the fence, ready to pop in. Ooh, the first eagle shot is going to be good. Almost coming out with the second one, too. They still have players just holding. They do check it, but a little bit sloppily. Oh, boy. That is going to be the kill needed. And a quick little shot from Tesso to actually do win a round like that. Oh, no. Astralis. Astralis. Talent. X. That is a way to butcher the name, I guess. 11 on the board, 4 rounds away again, and they do pick up the weapons needed, and that is going to be a nice little injection of money for the economy there. Now the question is, can they keep this up for a couple of good rounds here? Not to let it go tits up. Flash outside, meanwhile. Zuma again comes out with the entry, but it's some good trades there at the end. So Xanto and Kerr will be dropped. That's going to be Stesso to drop down Zuma. And yeah, that quick little play doesn't work out at all this time around. The defense was just way too strong. And this is the point usually where you start to see that little choke. Are you choking? Maybe you are. I'm not entirely sure. Hands on the throat. A nice molly kill there, at least to bring it back to 2 versus 3. This is actually still doable. A nice little entry makes this a 2 versus 2 with side control. Not the worst spot to be at. Push. Are they ready for this angle? Oh, the smoke sold him, and it's going to be a double for few. It is always amazing to see that the players are so ready for the angle. And when they actually go for the swing, they get suppressed. Like, oh my god, there was actually a player there. It's like a psychological thing, I'm very sure. It's like popping up the hood from the car and being surprised, like, oh, there's an engine. Holy shit. It was here yesterday too. Oh, that's life. Molotov for the ramp push. This time around, it's not going to be quick, but they do have pistols. It means that we're about to see some wild shit go down. That's a couple of armors coming through. That's going to be the smoke to try to push a little bit closer, and they are getting spread. But Skays with Feud, they do have the control. Those Tech 9s, they can get very nasty very quickly. This time around, ex-Astralis, they do control it, and they're very close to that. Round number 9. Looking at the economy. I do have to say, the margin for error is very small here. Astralis Talent, if they just win the next round, that's where it all can go tits up. Oh boy. Tamlike was like 5 business days. Way too late there. Okay. That's one way of showing us a game, I guess. Kerr is thinking about his star signs at the moment, showing a little bit of a knee. And he did take a bullet to the knee. We are going to be hopping into round number 21. 3 rounds in a row after winning that one very surprising round. ex-Astralis enjoying their life. And this is going to be an 8K straight with a lot of utility. Now the question is, are we going to see a quick play? Is it nerves that are going to hit? The problem is, you get a very nice couple of entries again that could shut down the whole play from ex-Astralis, but trying to go for those entries, this is exactly that can happen. Craig can actually go for a 1 back. Usually on these 1-to-1 trades, ex-Astralis have won these rounds, so let's see if they can actually do it again. At the moment, a very relaxed round. Basically nothing happening. Secret already being breached. That's a little bit off control. Sinzi drops Santo meanwhile. On the other side of the map. It's gonna be the ramp to fall for the attack. And a 3 versus 4 with a little bit of map control for the side of ex-Astralis Talent. This might actually work out. It's gonna be the bomb planted towards the B side. Now it's all about the defense. These first steps, they have to work out well. If they lose a player way too early here on the side of ex-Astralis, that could actually be it, especially in front of the vent. It's gonna be Kurt to hold it down. Skoda is here to just try to fake it. Just do a little bit noise to try to sell the hold. That is going to be a 3-man push from the lower. Kurt drops the player from the vent. That's gonna be the flash for Kurt to actually step in. Gets away from that single door, but it's gonna be Stesso to win the fight, but he gets on top of the catwalk. This is a beautiful spot to be, especially with Tamlike on the double. And behind the silo, oh, the bullets miss, but the time is almost over. And with that kill, they nailed it down. 12-9. 3 rounds of a lead. And Astralis Talent X. Oh boy! We fell away from the server. Enjoy. Client Delta ticks out of order. CS2, what a beautiful game. It just works. Definitely doesn't need any patches or updates. In a better working condition than CSGO. Oh boy. No, I haven't actually even seen that error before, so. Here we go. Early events. there. Few does get away with one. Kerr comes up with a second kill on two. Oh, through the glass. That's gotta be Skace with a kill on the Kerr. And a nice shot from Stesso to drop Skodo. I'm like left with 30 seconds trying to salvage this with 3% of a winner. I'm not entirely sure how much you should actually trust that percentage there, but it's a nice little stat. 4 kills, 4 players survive for the next round. 2 rounds away from a tie and an overtime and another one too. We go 150. This is supposed to be the easier round. Of course, now that I said it, it's been sold. 3 choo-choo. That's the only answer. So, it seems like we are going to be getting a little bit of a split push here. If they do come out successful outside, this could actually work for at least the plan, but the problem is getting through that op is just not going to work out. Skace comes out with a kill on the Kerr, and with this it only leaves 3 players to try to push in from the A side. Sometimes you get that one little silly deagle tab, you maybe get some panic on the side of the CTs, and that might work out. The problem is sometimes pushing as a group is a little bit better, but few, oh, it just makes it a triple. A nice little spray down there that we didn't really see. And it's done before it even happens. So. We are dropping in for more. Now let's see. That's the first utility at the start. Everything's burning at this point. Outside. Skace gets the catch on the Kerr. That's going to be Skoda with the quick trade. So this time around it's a 1-to-1. And with a little bit more space to play around with, now it's all about the second player from the Mac warehouse. What kind of information is giving at the team, and just looking at the positioning. Yes, they do have a player closed down. They're not actually pushing any more information to it. That's an off angle right to the left, so it depends if they do clear it. What a headshot. That's not even supposed to be. That is just disgusting. Stesso does get the quick little trade, but Tam like, oh boy, does the B side open up like a book. And of course, on the last round, it's been made possible. Few left in a 1 versus 3. This is still doable, but I'd say the percentage is like 5%, maybe even less. 0. So, a shot to the face, and of course, on a last possible round, Astralis Talent, ex-Astralis Talent, they do take it home, and everybody in the chat who was hoping for XI to win, your money got pulled underneath you. Of course, I'm just kidding. Actually not, you did lose your money. So yeah, that was basically it. A 2-to-1 victory for ex-Astralis Talent. I just need to remember the little X part there. They did come very close on the Ancient, but XI, they did pull out a little bit of a rabbit out of the hat. Worked out well for them, but it just wasn't enough. And it has to feel a little bit sucky to actually lose it on the last map, but they did give us a little bit of a show, and we are going to be hopping into the next match, which will be ESC versus Heroic Talent. So that's going to be a interesting one. So let's take a little bit of a break and see you guys over there and check out what's about to happen on the next match. Welcome, welcome, welcome! Finally, we actually get to hop into the game. Doesn't seem like we're gonna need any cameras today. We're just gonna hop right into the action. This is gonna be Nuke at the first map. After that, it's gonna be Anubis and Ancient at the third if we need it. It's of course, it's always. So, welcome to the server. Hopefully, you're having a good time, or welcome to the stream, per se. That's gotta be the quick little lobby crunch right there from ESC. Wanted to go for a little bit of a quick push there. It's nice to actually see ESC play again, to have a full roster. But back in the days, I'm not entirely sure with what roster they were actually playing. I think it was Icebox, something like that, Icebox Gaming or something like that. Still, that one attempt, nice shot from Olymp. 4K for him, shuts down the little attempt there to try to end the defuse. And the first round for ESC works out perfectly. Eric, they do get the bomb down, so that's a little bit of extra money for the economy right there. But the round could have been better. It's not over yet, of course, so anything is possible, especially with that injection. They're just going to go for guns. So it's Tech9's 1 Galil, and this is a little bit of a scary combo here. You can have a couple of players just running around, and one lasering in with that Galil. 2 weeks left for vacation. Oh, brother. I know the feeling. On those last days of work, I felt like I was going nuts. And my vacation just started, so it's going to be 3 weeks, 1 week of work, and then another week of vacation. Nice kill from Reiko, by the way. And actually, he has a nice little cloud symbol there. It's going to be all with a double, and the full buy basically goes to shit at this point. So, Heroic Academy, HA, they do their best to buy the weapons they needed, but basically give them for free. Here we are going to be hopping to another round. Round number 3. You have to think about the fact that it is ESC actually starting off with a bang. I really need to check this out if this is the same organization that was playing on, because I don't remember if this was the organization playing on DreamHack back in the days. It's been so long. We're literally talking about like ancient history at this point. Yeah, DreamHack. Oh yeah, I was right. Yeah, this is the team that actually dropped NIP and IP. How about that? Good times. So, basically, a full pistol round here. Getting wrecked. No, sorry. Yeah, they got dropped by NIP. I remember that NIP was the one to drop there. 16 to 10. Oh, good old days. Counter-Strike was actually an interesting game. It's changed now. Can some may shoot someone? Just give him a time. It doesn't. Just a little bit of an assist there. Hasn't really seen any action yet. A terrible start for Heroic Academy. It's just a little bit of a touch there. Not the end of the world. Good morning, casters. Plural. Okay, I'm not insane yet, so there's only one of me. Here we go. So, another buy and another attempt. Meanwhile, Heroic Academy, they're just taking this chill at the moment. Just respecting the smokes, not going for anything crazy here. That could have been interpreted the wrong way. Shitcaster. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, brother. Hopefully you're having a good day too. Everybody in the chat. This is actually a game that I was a little bit interested on. And we are just burning time off the clock. That's 50 seconds already being burned up in the air. And here we're going. That's going to be the splashes for the ramp push. Nice entry there from Stomach. Meanwhile, Owen does catch one of the Grays, but this is going to be the B side already lost. So they can actually do a lot with this. He has to go for the forward fight. Reiko will be dropped on the edge of that door. This is a little bit of a corner where he can actually go for the kill. Nice shot through the smoke. Doesn't get the kill though, but it's enough of warning. Oh, another one. Okay, this time around. Didn't still laser in to the kill. I'm looking at oh, Olymp does catch the kill onto stomach, so makes it a 3 versus 3. One of the players is low on HP. So Olymp is supposed to be the last one to go for the contact. The problem is the op has already spotted him. It's gonna be by mano. It's gonna take a chest full of it. Olymp tries to go for the timing moonwalk. Does catch one. It's a 2 versus 2. If they want to go for it right now, they still have time. The problem is they actually do have the kits. They let go of that side way too early, in my opinion. But okay, I do understand it. They want to make sure that they save those weapons for the next round. They do have the money, so it's okay on that regard. I would have wanted to see them touch it, just test it a little bit. They did have enough money for a buy anyways. The AK is cool, but... And you can stabilize the money in a way, so with the loss bonus you can actually buy for a round after. But I did see a little bit of an opportunity there for it to work. But I do get it. Sometimes you just want to play it safe. Make sure that it's secure. Full bash towards the lobby. And a nice catch at the start. That's just a headshot. Oh, find my time. FNL is not going to enjoy that. Sammy actually comes out with a strong kill towards the Squeaky 2. Both of the players very low on HP, but they're alive. And with the control, it doesn't actually even matter. That's a nice catch outside. A little bit low on HP. Dane Zoe has to be careful. Amber helps out with one. So, that's got a bit of flash. Not the DC universe flash. It's going to just be a flash bang. And Scrub leading the way down below. Now the HP is starting to look a little bit worse for the side of ESC. Escape Gaming. I'm not actually even sure if it's that. I think it is. Tech 9 to lead the charge. Reiko Sammy. Left very low on HP to go for this retake over here. Second that those doors open or the windows pop, you know exactly what's about to go down. That's a nice catch from Reiko to actually come on top, but Scrub makes it a 2 versus 2, and now the HP is actually similar. Deng Zone drops Sammy. It's a 1 versus 2 retake. The off shot actually misses for a second there. It looked like it was on top. And the nade, for some reason, break down the window. That's another miss right there. Scrub is just playing time at this point. That's going to be the nade on the right side of the silo. And Scrub has to go for it. It's got to be the no-scope to miss, but Dangzo from the single door goes for the quick spread. And it works out for a kill. 2-3. Heroic Academy giving us a fight here. And Anubis will be the match that map that we're going to be hopping after this one. Let me actually check out some stats here. Estoy muy privilegiado. I'm not really sure what I just said there, but that's okay. So, ESC, they have a lot of percentage on Ancient, Mirage, and Inferno, 100 to be exact. A couple of maps, Nuke and Zero, they barely have anything. For Heroic Academy, this is a 12 map series for them on a 50%, so 6 out of the 12 maps that they have won. Anubis is a very low percentage map for Heroic. For ESC, that's actually 88. And the more we go on, it's actually getting better. So, yeah. No entries, barely any damage done, but some of the control from the ramp has been given for the side of Heroic. From here, they can actually bounce on towards the sides very slowly. Oh, nice catch there from Ember. Seems like the spraying still seems to be a problem here on CS2. And we will continue. So far with a perfect round. Heroic enjoying the spread. By the way, that's an insane hair. Been growing it out for a while now, since the Monte days. Boom goes the bomb. One goes out with the bomb. For now. Did get shot by that op. So it's a couple rifles being saved for the next round. An op and an M4. I'm starting to get hungry here. Optimus Prim. That's FNL. Scattering towards the trophy room. Sammy catches the kill on the Adler. This time around very early on. One of those two weapons already giving us a little bit of potential. The 5.7s, they are scary close range. By me and Olymp, they don't have armor. That's the only problem. Scrub actually drops down Sammy. So that's one of the ops being dropped down. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't decide to be dynamic with it. Stomach. Waiting for that opportunity. Ukrainian player just looking for anything here. That's going to be the Molotov being used to break down the hatch. Right now, Dengzo looking at the utility being drawn. This is just going to be the rope for him. Stomach catches that kill, but it's got to be by Mano. With a couple of kills there. Is he actually going to go for more? Does a lot of damage onto Scrub. He's very low on HP. Olymp with the long-range shot drops him down. And it's a 2 versus 1. And this is actually very salvageable. Olymp already on events. Shown his mark. And it's just going to be Reiko from the ramp to catch him. And that's going to be the op brought back into the server. Sorry, to the second round. That's a beautiful knife. But at the moment, I'm thinking about selling my inventory. Not entirely sure how much I would gain from it, like 4K. Pay off some debts. Yeah, that's gonna be the move. Well, let's sell my inventory. Ooh. Give it to me for free. Of course, that's the play. Who the hell needs money? Here we go. So far, the stream has been working. Now it's of course starting to lag, so if you see any anomalies on the stream, just let me know. My mano. So buy me. Nice little kill there. Yeah, Pop's clowning me for not having a knife. It's actually the Crimson Web that I'm selling around it. Moonwalk with a double. That's a nice catch from the AKS. They're actually starting to bring this back. It's a 1 versus 1 against an op. Here, the HP doesn't really matter. Dang zone. Only 1 bullet needed. That's going to be... Oh my god, that nade is going to be enough. Oh, beautiful. Sammy knew he was low. The only thing he needed was that one utility. So ESC, they do bring it back. They do lose a couple of the players here, so it impacts their economy a little bit. But Heroic Academy will be the one to lose the round. So that's going to be 5 on the board. 4 rounds to be played for. Looking at the money at the moment, even with the plant, 2,500 on a couple of the players, it's not going to be enough for a full buy, but they're still going to go for a broken buy. It doesn't matter. On a map like this, you can just go for those explosions. Just a couple of frags and the round is basically over. You actually have a lot of cases that cost like 4 to 5 euros at the moment, and I have like hundreds of them, so that's going to be fun to try to sell all of them off. They just accumulated back when I was streaming, so a lot of people gave them to me for free for some reason, and I just never opened them. So okay, it seems like, sorry, yeah, now it seems like my microphone is breaking down, so I need to fix that. Oh, how to spend money, I love it. Nah, try your luck and open a few. It would be actually insane to, especially from those €5 boxes, to catch a knife. Instantly good money. Oh, hello. Ah, Delta ticks out of order. Yeah. Counter-Strike 2, a beautiful game. No bugs. After a little reset, we're back. And here we are. Nice catch. Stomak catches the play right there. That is going to be Sammy with a quick shot on the Dengzo. So, true, but it's going to be the lobby crunch at the same time. So, from the back angle, Heroic Academy, they weren't even waiting for that to happen. So, those are some very good kills here at the start. CT side for the win. Rob. Well, at this point, it's just going to be a full shutdown. Not even close. At the moment, I have to say ESC's CT side is starting to look pretty good. Thinking about the fact that this is Heroic Academy's own pick. Of course, the T side is the one that I'm a little bit worried about here. We have seen some teams pull out some ridiculous CT sides, but it's when it gets WAP, that's where it gets interesting, so. We'll see. Colin with a moonwalk, they will start off the round pretty heavily. This is just going to be another lobby crunch, knowing that there are some close range weapons on the other side. They're still going to go for it. That's basically a clean round with a little bit of damage. And a kill, which isn't enough. It's a good spot. With 7 rounds on the table, still 2 to go. Bit of a reset here for the players to solve. Have a bit of a conversation how they want to go on the next round. And catching some hands here. That's the nade. Not entirely sure what the point of that smoke is, but okay. I guess it's to try to fake them to push towards the ramp, to fake out a badly trimmed smoke. I'm not entirely sure what the play there was, but hey, if it works, it works. As long as you get the kills. Or did he try to smoke out the side? No, I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. And Bear does catch the first kill on Reiko, so that's going to be the entry needed. Op shot, readjusts. It's not going to hit that shot, but it does hit it, but it doesn't get the kill. It's a little bit damaged done. That's going to be the answer. So Biden finds the kill on the stomach. That's going to be the second one in line, so they have a nice little hold here, but it's got to be op shot to miss. It's a little bit of a warning side not to go for a similar hold there. And Dengzo still just playing the slow play. And it's got to be the wraparound on top of the... Oh, God, the timing is so off. He still actually gets the kill. Moonwalk. That is not supposed to happen. Gets executed. It's going to be the right side reaction at the same time. Dengzo. That was supposed to be the round-esque. Both of the players kind of losing their shit there, but at the end of the day, they do bring it back, so that's enough, I guess. There is a Molotov coming in, a smoke on top of the bomb. He could actually go for the defuse, catches one of the kills, and oh boy, this is actually right now doable. It's gonna be the flash on the other side. The AK comes out victorious. The missed shot from that off. Oh, God, that came close. You could almost taste it. Taste the rainbow. Come on, little Jimmy. Taste the rainbow. What's handicapped? It's when you have a person on a wheelchair. Or some kind of a betting thing. I'm not entirely sure. You decide. Yeah, really, this energy drinks tastes like battery acid. Here we go. So, previous round for the side of Heroic Academy. And here we... that's the drop nade on the other side of the silo. Nobody's there to actually catch it, so... around like this. It is going to be the lower side push. Olymp just checks. Takes a little bit of a checky check to make sure that nobody's holding it. But, oh God, the timings are off the chains here. And he will be backing back towards that A side. No problems at all. He's good. That's Scrub just holding the left side of that silo. Anybody who wants to go for a quick pick, they're going to have a very bad day. That's the Galil hold. Easy frag if you're not ready for it. And Ram seems to be the way to go. Heroic Academy. It's like an invite. It's open. Ooh, those are some good kills. Stomach will find his representative. That will be the other entry at the same time. To bring it back to 2 versus 3 is actually doable from the side of ESC, but especially on a round like this, they have to go for the retake, and the Heroic Academy knows it. It's information enough. Oh, that flash is gonna be perfect. Scrop does get the kill onto Olive. Moonwalk does get leg there, and he's very low on HP. This is almost impossible to actually try to push onto it. Just a single bullet is going to be enough, especially from Stomach. Beautiful movement. And that's basically it. Even with a full defuse there, he just doesn't have the kits. It's done. So, 5 rounds for Heroic Academy. They do still enough rounds to make this interesting. And ESC, I do have to say, there were a couple of rounds that they kind of gave away there. So, 2 of them, to be exact. Now the question is, can they find some kind of a reliability on the T side? This is supposed to, it's kind of funny how it works. In a way, this is CT sided of a map, but the T side feels stronger. It feels that the CT sided rounds just needs that much extra oomph. On the T side, you just need a couple of entries, and that's done. So let's see what happens. We're taking a longer pause here. Off we go. Tipping on those toes. Tic-tac-toe. So, Glocks against USBs and P2000 and dualies. Let's see what they can actually do with this one. So we have barely any... We don't actually have a single upgraded pistol on these sides, so it's just going to be a clock train with a lot of armor and utility. That's going to be scrapped with a kill. Okay, FNL finds one. The financial baby does its job. That's going to be Amber on top of the hut. This time around, ESC, they just walk in front of those bullets. I'm not entirely sure what this is. And last show, the players will be ended on the lower side. The bomb... the bomb not even close to going down. My throat just malfunctioned there, so sorry for that, boys. A round lead still on the table, but for Heroic, this is going to be an easy buy. ESC, they're just gonna go for the full AK row. No reason to risk it for the biscuit. Trying to catch that timing. Didn't spot the player. I think he heard it, though. And on top, this hut here. Ding zone. Ready to make some bank with that MP9. With a gun buddy, too. In about a second. We're about to hear that noise. Amber drops moonwalk. You can hear the clocks just ring. And distance is going to be the key for the CT side. The closer you get, the worse off you are. That's a great example of it. Olymp does catch the kill on the FNL, but he will be the last player alive. So right here, we're at a tie on a crossroads. And this is where it kind of gets interesting. It's one of those situations where if Heroic Academy, they shut down this buy right here. Of course, the game isn't won, but it's a very nice launching pad for them to hop into a 9 or a 10, depending on how the buys will go after that. But at the same time, it's a similar situation with higher risk factors for the side of ESC. So, catch is coming out. Sammy is up victorious. It's going to be the rest of the players. Oh, that crosshair is way off, but it's going to be FNL to at least try to pull it back with one kill. But right now, another frag, and Reiko opens up the sight. Nobody's there to even hold it. From the ramp, it's going to be a little bit of a push. I think I'm not entirely sure if they spotted it with a corner of his eye. That's got to be the smoke to extinguish the smoke. FNL finds a kill. It's a 3 versus 2 with a player very low on HP, but Moonwalk is here to do the job. With this lurk, that crosshair on the edge of his head is going to be enough. Olymp is going to swing into action, and that's going to be the smoke to cover it off. The bomb is heading towards the A side, and right now for FNL, this is basically impossible. Escape, enjoying it. I'm not entirely sure what ESC. I think it was Escape. I'm not sure what ESC gaming is short for. It's an old team too. Oh, back in the Cuban days.
Terrorists win.
I was actually sure. Yeah, it's located in Poland. For a second, I remember that it was Polish, but it's actually German. German-Polish Interesting. So, we are about to hop into a new one here. That's a lot of utility outside, but the basic amount for a map like this. And that's the Molly for a secret to get a little bit more space. Meanwhile, there's a little bit of a trade on the other side of the map. That's going to be Reiko and Scrub to exchange some duels. Again, some good fights, but it's going to be the CT side to come out on top with a player. By me already lurking into a very nice spot here. If he executes this player right here, just like that, they've left with a lot to do here. It's going to either be the lower side or the upper, but it seems like already from the ladders, they want to go for the right fight. The bomb has been left, and Bimey actually finds one more extra kill. Spots the player outside. It's gonna be the hot play. Oh boy, by himself, he actually brings it back. All of the 3 kills found. 9 on the board. Heroic Academy. They falter. They had the bomb control. They still decided to go for the fights. And Escape Gaming. Oh boy, do they look good. Slowly but surely. They make it happen. That's gonna be the smoke already being thrown. The question is, do they want to keep the tempo quick or slow? Of course, USB's against them. For them to make this a 10. Would be the way to go. And it's just gotta be the Astralis stack. Easy catchings. They do lose a player, but at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal. You okay? Another one. Very important decision to pick up the bomb and leave it again. Oh boy. By me. Catches one of the kills. At the moment, just looking for a way in. At this point, this has been a very slow round. Of course, not considering the first kill here. That's going to be, of course, the second one. The second we say it. Escape, they have had some very interesting tempo timings, and it works out for them very well. So they know how to slow it down. They know how to quick it up. This D side is actually starting to look very strong for them. I was a little bit worried after the CT side. Oh boy, that's getting a little bit sloppy, but Reiko does control it. It's got to be the double heaven fight. It works out for one. The last player in front of the main. Well, he does catch a kill. That's going to be the nade on top of it, but a single bullet. Or actually, sorry, it's going to be the single nade to work out for a kill. Usually from that angle, you want to challenge with the head already peeking, but that's it. 11 on the board on Heroic Academy's own map pick. And the downfall has begun. One more round to seal it in, at least for an overtime. Off the books, off the record. Quick little smoke there. And this seems to be another attempt for a quick outside play. Ooh, shoots his own teammate just a little bit. A bit of a lock tap there. That's Grub taking a lot of damage already at the start. That's the Molotov to make sure nobody's hanging on the other side of that smoke. And a quick push towards the main. It's going to be the quick kill from Dangzone. Actually, Scrop comes up with the second one. It was the quick trade, but from Secret, the timing was a little bit off. The player from the warehouse has been spotted. It's going to be the outside fights to finally go the way of ESC. And I think they had a little bit of an idea where the last player could be hanging at. Damage being done. The only thing they have to do is just literally a bullet, or actually 2. And there it is. 12 on the board. 5 rounds of a lead for the side of Escape Gaming. And after this, we are going to be hopping into Anubis. Anubis. Hello? Twitch doesn't like jokes like that. Last timeout. Burned away. Heroic Academy. They have to make this one count. I'm gonna allow that comment. You're a good boy. Time's ticking. No more time to talk about the horrors they have seen on this side. You know, Escape. They're just jumping. Breaking those windows just to make sure. Seeming like they're getting ready to cover up some plays. Though where the major had worse, where of course they. This isn't Valorant. This isn't a kids game. We're literally shooting other people, so first worse here, not that bad. And to be honest, in my opinion, it fits with Counter-Strike. Like, this was the Rockstar game. I'm not entirely sure what happened to the community. Everybody just became little sniffly bitches suddenly. I'm not entirely sure why. So let's just enjoy it for what it is, as long as it is. Amber starts off the round with a nice catch there. Doesn't actually even lose that much HP, but the second I say it by me is going to show us a little trick. It's called the hat trick. A bullet to the hat. Reiko catches another one, and that's going to be the side lost. And Scrub comes out with his own one. Here we go. A bit of a timed out glitch there, of course, but Sammy will be the one to actually rotate around. Boys getting into a little bit of a better spot. Moonwalk does catch Stomach. And with that utility spent, I think they still, yeah, they have a couple of flashes here I picked up. Nate, the problem is the time is just getting ticked down. It takes way too long for them to do it. Escape game, they make it happen. And basically pretty easily too, I have to say. I was waiting for the T side to be a little bit more chaotic. Maybe if they were going to win it, it was supposed to be one of the chaotic ways for them to get into that game. But no, it was just basically they lost a couple of rounds there at the start after the pistol, and it was just a smooth sailing. That T side was very strong on Nuke. But we are going to be hopping into another map, which is actually Escape Gaming Zone map pick, which is going to be Anubis. We do have a third map here, but I have to say, I have a feeling we're not going to see it. If Heroic Academy, they can't wake up, it is going to be over. So let's take a little bit of a break, hop back in when we are going to be seeing the Great Pyramids of Giza and check out what's about to happen on Anubis. Hey yo, babies and baby duettes. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time, and we have a bit of an argument sprouting in the chat, but hey, that's life. As long as it's civil, it's normal, everything is okay. As we're going to be hopping into Anubis, it is going to be that one little chance for Heroic Academy to maybe bring this to a third map. And just looking at the defense at the moment, most of the players getting just absolutely crushed on this T-push. Scrub pulls out a double. And we are going to see that bomb going down. It's going to be the CT attempt to try to bring it back, but this is just almost a 5K for him. Is he actually going to go for the full ace? Of course he is. The first ace that we finally got. There it is. Oops, sorry for that. Early push, quick one as well. And a beautiful way to gain the control. I love it. Heroic Academy. They pull out a round. So far the pistols has been showing pretty well. So if they could actually keep that up on the gun rounds too, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually win something. Let's take a bit of a rest here. There's a player behind the quad. This is just going to be a full B-side hole at this point. Perfect timing of those peaks. That's got to be the deal to come out superiors. They do find a couple of kills here. And right now, it's been reset, but some very nice reactionary gameplay coming in from Heroic. They find every single kill after those two lost players, and that's basically it. Some quick rounds. Great way to do it. And Lizzo, welcome to the stream. It's been a while. So yeah, like I said, I had throat surgery, so my throat almost closed up to a point where I couldn't breathe at one point, especially when I was sleeping. I was just choking. And talking was hard, so casting is hard. But yeah, they cleared that up. It's not perfect yet. I might actually go for another surgery, but this is a lot better at the moment. I love it. Here it is. Nice push. This time around, it actually seems to be a little bit better. They're going to just go for another little MP9 buy here. So, Stomach trying to drop as many utilities as he can. The problem is, he has the bomb and he will be cut off. Only gets just that one kill. And now the rest of the two players, they've left in a little bit of an awkward spot here to try to regain the control of that bomb. Looking for a way in, Amber. If you could find a clean kill, this is still doable. That's going to be one of them. The second one, at the moment, ESC. They're really dropping the ball here. Not entirely sure what this is. With the Deagle, he has to go nuclear. That's got to be the first one. The problem is he misses the first bullet. I'm not entirely sure how ESC actually lost that round. 4-2. The only thing you have to do is gather up into a group, challenge at the same time. You know where the bomb is. But you decided to go one by one. Heroic Academy, they pull a rabbit out of their hat. Yeah, and thanks, Lazo. I do feel a lot better. It's kind of weird. You need air to cast. Hi, guys. Hello, friends. You have to say it with an accent. So, off to another round. That's going to be the defensive smoke being thrown. That's the Molotov behind it. So, right now, CT losing the aiming control. It's just going to be simplistic glass. Oh, I think he dinked one of the players, grazing the wall there. Works out for a little bit of damage. The same goes for the side of ESC. A lot of noise being made towards the A main just to try to fake this. That's going to be the quick little peek coming in from the connector there. A side push works for a kill. Okay, they get a better gun here. And right now it's starting to look a lot better. ESC, the only thing they have to do is just pull away from this hole. They have a ridiculously good spot at the moment, especially if they want to go for the full play. The only thing he has to do is just show a little bit shoulder, and that's going to be the camera push at the same time. They have to focus on the A side. Moonwall catches two. That's going to be Sammy with one. Amber is the only one left alive with the bomb. And the peek from the right side of the cake works out for a 4K. That is it. ESC, they hammer down around. They already could have had 2. Here we go. Are there people hoping for a 2-0? Any heroic bettors? First tactical pause being used. It's actually kind of healthy to see them use it very early on. Especially with a mixed buy coming in. Having a little bit of a talk here, how they want to actually go through the round. I do understand it. Way of stabilizing some ground here. I bet in my life savings. That's always nice to hear. I made a mistake. I made a bad choice. Here we go. Moonwalk. Nice little kill through the smoke. That's all in with the kill onto stomach. Scrop gets us a quick trade there. These are just trades left and right at the moment, but Heroic Academy left with a player disadvantage. I'm all top to make sure. You're not going to get through that middle that easily. That's a nice little spray. Doesn't get the kill though, so Scrop is low. That op turns into a glass cannon. If Heroic doesn't win, I'm not going to be able to eat today. Well, at least you get to lose some weight. That is healthy. The human perspective. Of course, if you haven't eaten in a while for that betting pattern that you have, that's a different thing. Caught off in middle, almost left. Well, he is left in an impossible situation as he didn't win it. So that's going to be the picked up op. Right now. I donated my life savings, 15 bucks. Oh boy. Has anybody seen the video where there was like an amputee on a third world country with his kids? It's like a TikTok live. And he's going like off the bunkers because people are donating fake donations in the chat box. That was one of the best things I've ever seen. But at the moment what I'm seeing is just a full shutdown. Of course this is just a pistol round, so we're not losing that much of content. Some good kills there. Stabilizing, not actually losing anything else than that one player. Reiko even has 8,000 bucks. He's good. Yeah, Nats. But the thing is with level like tier 3, tier 4 betting is that the risk factor and the win factor is ridiculously high. You can go from a broke to a hero in just one bet, or from a millionaire to a loser in one bet as well. So that's Counter-Strike for you. Great grain. Yeah. It's just like anything can happen here. Literally anything. And some of the especially with live betting, oh my god, some odds that I've seen that people have won. Ooh boy. Look at this. Reiko is gonna go for the beat. Ooh, he sought the hat. He saw the hat. Ooh, he doesn't hit the hit. Oh boy. Fafanal is gonna catch that kill. For a second there I was so sure he's gonna win that fight, but by me will be the second one in line to try and do. Yep, didn't work out. Losing the B-side control like that basically leaves them with one choice, and it's saving. Save your dignity, whatever is left. Getting back onto that side from the CT's angle is just almost impossible. Mongols had a very good tournament. It's fun to see them kind of break their curse. Of course, they couldn't handle Vitality at the end. In my opinion, just the CS scene, especially on top tier CS at the moment, is just ridiculously bad. You have this one great team, there's a huge gap, and it feels like any of the organizations, they don't really want to fight for actual good teams, except Falcons, but they have no idea what the fuck they're doing, so Obviously, they're gonna win with that team in the future, but it's just kind of funny. I remember back in the days when it used to be a little bit more closer. Or if you had like a team on the top, it was because they were actually good. So, not saying that Vitality isn't good. It just feels like the scene is just weak at the moment. There's something wrong with some of the teams. Like, literally wrong. You look at FaZe, they're losing players left and right. Some of the pullbacks doesn't make any sense. You look at the... you look at some of the other teams, for example, Liquid. Well, Liquid finally made a very good decision with the IGL that they have. So that's cool to see. That's cool. Siuhe is gonna do great things. By the way, I wanna ask a little bit of a temperature check. What do you guys think about Liquid at the moment? Does it need a roster change? They were talking about dropping Nav. Ooh, Amber. That's a headshot right there at the start with a flashbang. But yeah, is Liquid good enough with this roster? Do you want to see a roster change? Nice shot there. Sammy is just going off the chains with that op at the moment. It's just an extension of his hand. Coming up with a double. For a second there, it looked like Heroic Academy. They were going to start this round with a bang, but the bang came out of that barrel. He's still actually going for some more. This is one of those situations where they do have enough kills to just back off, play it easy. Because that can happen, and now a 3 versus 2 is actually not that bad anymore. Of course, Dangzo is very low in HP, has to be a little bit careful. Naf is not tier 1 material, okay. The problem is if you sell him to another team, there were some talks about like making a Australian CS scene to pop it again, JK as Nav, and you build up some other players. Okay, that FlyQuest could be an interesting option, but or another American team, Complexity. Okay. Nice shot to the body right there, so that's a triple for him. The issue is that if I'm Liquid, the only thing I'm thinking about is who am I going to be bringing in? There are some names on the list at the moment. You can even go for a buy. Sorry. And the problem is if you sell Naf, then if it gets back to this level, because Siuhe just got brought back in, so in my opinion, they shouldn't go for a change quite yet. Just give him a little bit time with Siuhe, however you want to pronounce that. Because in my opinion, this is the first time in a while that Liquid has actually had an in-game leader after Nitro. So just check out if this roster works. If it doesn't, you don't lose anything. And if it works, hey, you already have a roster there. And if you need to change, you can actually even check out the market meanwhile as you try this roster. So yeah, the problem is that, well, with Liquid at the moment, going for a pivot, especially on an in-game leader, they could go for European players, but I think they want to keep that American stat. Do they have an American? Yeah, they should have an American goal. Liquido. Because with that shooter, yeah, they lost the status already, so yeah, that's true. Stomach. Ooh, first early kill, Amber. Is gonna find a shot onto Reiko. And that's by me. Doing something to try to pull it back, but again, that B side is the problem. So it seems like the Heroic Academy, they're going to be pulling back another round here. This is like a back and forward at the moment. Sammy does catch a nice kill, so if they do want to go for the retake here, of course, the positioning from the players is a little bit off at the moment, so just go for the save. You have money for the next... Oh, boy. You don't. Reiko can go for a buy, Sammy can drop a weapon, so they can go and buy. It's okay. Moonwalk does drop Fafa now. There's 15 seconds on the clock to do something crazy, but I don't think it's going to happen here. So, this is just them taking a couple of steps back. Heroic Academy, 5 on the board. Yeah, bringing players when, yeah. This might be better than the final. To be honest, I was hyped to check the fun. I wanted to see how Mongols were going to play against Vitality. And just for the drama factor, I was kind of hoping that maybe Vitality chokes it. And I turned on the TV. I was ready for it. I got my lube. Got my popcorn at the same time too. And the second that the match started, I fell asleep. So that happened. Hey, yo, what? What happened? No, DD uses oil. I got some good loot. So that's FNL with the nade combo. Already taking care of the player on middle. Works up for a quick little peek there. That's going to be the camera peek. But wait a minute, actually on the CT side, they're starting to do some damage here. So it's a 3 versus 3. With a couple of players actually living through the smoke. Fighting one. FNL not having a good time here. And yes, they do have the bomb site control. The cake is going to be planted behind the cake. And that's got to be the flash. And this is just a tough spot, especially with that Molotov and the push from the window. It's going to be the double hold. Amber with stomach. They do pull it back. And it's going to be a triple line. Of course, Amber steals the first kill, but it is going to be stomach with a couple of nice kills there. There's these. Yeah. There at the end. For a second, definitely looked like ESC was about to pull that back. But maybe he pulled up way too early. He didn't come. Yes. All right. On Anubis, on A side, I mean. He didn't come to the A side. They were way too far away from it. Yeah, the jokes are getting tired. I really need to buy some better energy drinks for tomorrow's cast, so hopefully that goes well. I was thinking about buying some steak, so we're gonna make a run for it today. A little bit of a timeout here. Good spot for them to talk. There's a couple of rounds to be played for, and looking at the economy at the moment, they can't really go for a buy. With the loss bonus, they can buy in the next round, so they're okay there. Yeah, Vitality knows how to be versatile, and in my opinion, one of the best strengths that they have is that they have gone for so many roster moves that they finally actually have. Vitality might be the only team at the moment who has a stable roster. Look at that, it's just an absolute shutdown. And there are some other stable rosters out there, but the problem is that they have question marks. For example, what's going to happen with Spirit? At the moment, FaZe, it looks like they have some good parts, but it looks like they could actually go for more. Liquid still is a question mark. Then you have, well, Mongols is another team, which is, it's kind of like a challenge team that is very stable. The problem is if they run into problems, where are they going to be hunting players from? So that's a problem. Like, for example, if they want to go for that ends move, which basically destroyed the Finnish scene after that, which players are they gonna go for? You can't really go for a Carrigan on that team, so that's not gonna work out. So yeah, and that's what I kind of mean. At the moment in Tier 1, it feels like there are some organizational problems. Just looking at the names, Falcons looks amazing, but the problem is every time you look at their games, it feels like they're about to choke. So that's not good. Moonwalk. Nice straight kill onto Amber. Just take a bullet to the... couple of bullets to the body, though. And the question is, can they keep it up? Maybe some for good luck. Last round here. 5 rounds on Anubis. CT side could be enough to pull it back. It's actually basically good at this point. Knowing the T side rounds that we have seen before. Ooh, double dinks. Olymp. Makes it happen. And that's going to be Danger Zone dropped. Weren't they going to go for Kyosuke? I don't think Spirit wants to let go of Dong. And Spirit, they do have money, so... knowing if they lose Dong, that's basically it. Yeah, this was an surprisingly anticlimactic round. I was waiting for, like, stuff to happen. Michael Bay explosions, lens flares. But it was basically straightforward. Everybody got shot in the back. So, yeah, Kiyosaki, I was referring to him. I was just, yeah. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what, because, the problem is the risk factor. Of course, Because you would like to say that, okay, Falcons, they have the facilities, they have the coach, they have the in-game leader to bring down Kyosuke, make him an insane player. But when you look at what's happening with Falcons, with the parts and pieces that they already had, it doesn't feel like they have the people to actually facilitate a new talent. And that's the problem, in my opinion, with CS, that we have like destroyed some very nice early talent with some very bad rosters on the organization part. Talking about, like, for example, they don't have the coach to bring in a new talent to show them the new ropes and stuff like that. And when the problems occur, do they have the people to actually teach them and tell them to just calm down? Hey, we got this. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It would be awesome to see it. Oh, pistol round. We're not seeing the action at the moment, but a couple of kills here and there. And it is going to be Amber with a triple, but the bomb will be planted. ESC, they do have the B-side control. That's going to be the USP. Oh, the wiggle shot. Works out for one, actually works out for another one as well. Dengzo makes it happen. Heroic Academy, they're on the board. 8. Could they bring this to an Ancient? That's the question now. Replace Magisk and get 9-10. Then the question is, I'm not entirely sure what kind of money Mongols can even pay for their players, but then there's the question of comfortability. Does he speak English enough to play on a team like that? Does he want to leave? At the moment, he has a team that is rocking, so the problem is when you leave your team that is working out very well, it might not work out on the other side. Sometimes the grass isn't greener, but the B-side execution seems to be. Dengzone gets the first player, but it's going to be a quick reply back. FNL brings it back to a stable situation, but look at Allen. This is a very good spot to be at. The problem is, get spotted, and now there's a little bit of a problem. Allen goes for the pick. Quad will be opened up. That's going to be B-side for the players. They know exactly where the push is coming from. That utility is amazing for that MAC-10. And right now, they just have to go for the call. Do not attempt to retake. That is done. Maybe go for a quick kill if they can. But at this moment, they have just so much smoke in front of them. And especially with that MAC-10 so close to the players, it is just lethal. And that's basically done. ESC, they do bring out the 6th round. And Heroic Academy, they're holding on to their weapons. Yeah, English should be the universal standard, so there could be opportunity to trade. Yeah, I do understand. Like, I think the point of English at the start of the time was to be a universal language, but the problem is that there are just countries that don't want to speak it or teach it. So, even if you start now, there will still be entire generations that just don't know how to speak English. So, and of course, there have been some players in the past that, for example, have moved out of the Balkan region to an English-speaking team. And they have learned it. But it's not easy and it's very risky. But I do agree that everybody should know it, as it's a global language. Mongols better than any Asian team. Well, that's kind of obvious at this point. Oh, God. Yeah, here we go. Couple of good kills there at the start. Moonwalk comes out with a nice double. Dengzone does catch one between, but through the smokes. Reiko knows the angles, and so does Buy Me. As Stomach is going to be the only player to catch the bullet at the last portion of the map, and that is going to be 7-8. 1 round away from a tie, and just looking at the buy, it is not going to be perfect. They kind of have to go for a full save here. With the last bonus in the next round, they're going to be okay. The problem is that it's not going to be perfect. Yeah, I don't expect they get 1 map from Vitality. At the moment, I'm a little bit on a crossroad with Mongols. I think the problem for them is the stamina. It is going to be... They did give a little bit of a fight on one of the maps against Vitality taking. Okay, that's cool. But the problem is... when you play off brackets, it just gets harder and harder. And the team that is actually better at that point wins. It's how it works. But yeah. And they kind of beat them too. So on Mirage 13-5. They had a problem that they didn't even win their own mapping, so it's kind of fun. Mongols are better than FaZe. Well, a broken garbage truck at the moment is better than FaZe. All in with a double kill on that MP9, so this is just gonna be a bash. Money towards the economy, a tie. And here it's getting serious. So, a good spot for Heroic Academy to finally start to win. And by the way, I'm a FaZe fan, so I've loved Kerrigan since the day he was born. But the problem is, I'm not delusional. I see problems when there are problems. I'm happy that they finally let go of Brokey. To risk to try to bring in Simple is a nice attempt. But the problem is that the roster, it just still feels like there could be some changes. For example, Rain. I don't want to say it. Sorry, Rain. I love you. But maybe better anchor at this point. Frozen is a little bit of a question mark at the moment. Has had some good games. He's stable. The problem is not impactful sometimes. I'm not sure. Scrub. Nice defending kill on the Olymp. And now, this is where we get a little bit closer towards the edge. Escape Gaming. They know exactly how important this round is. Heroic Academy. The same idea will be shared on this side. What do we think about Sevapi? I have no idea who that is. This is a player, I never heard about him. It's gonna be Scrub to drop down Reiko, and at the moment it seems like the defense is starting to work out. Ah, Bosnian kebab food. Never ate it. Need to Google it. And with a side control, if they could find that kill. No, FNL. Perfect timing. Catches one, and just a round is not going to be important for the side of Heroic. It's going to be to save weapons too, so the more to save, the better. I'm gonna Google Sevapi, and if Twitch bans me, it's gonna be your fault. Oh, it's actually food. Yeah, we're good. Looks cool. It's like a little sausage or something like that. Ooh, hello. Dink to the head. Dang zone with 2 HP. One round for Heroic Academy. And now the question is this going to be a cursed round? We all know what it looks like when they win that one. And it's a straight loss after that, especially how it hits the economy on the CT side. Looking at the money left, lost point is going to be $1,900. 3.5k is the most they have. So, they lose this, they lose the weapons. It's going to be a very broken buy. Stomach starts off the round with a shot on the Moonwalk. And Sammy gets that quick trade with the op. Meanwhile, everything else just stabilizes. It's very silent. Nobody's going crazy for it. But finally, we're getting that utility. It's going to be Amber with the kill onto Reiko. Scrub jumping onto the side. He's burning down. He's a Chad. He doesn't give up. I was about to say the F word. But it's a nice catch from the A main, and this could all be a bamboozle. But the problem is that was the bomb. Oh boy. Nice hold. A win fight for the side of ESC to pull it back to 2 versus 2. And this is actually still very doable. They do have the opportunity to bring down that bomb. Double hold setup, and it's going to be through the smoke. FNL. Oh, he reads that play perfectly. Goes for the cake swing. Catches the player on top of the smoke. Punishes the one boosting. Ay mierda. Who do you think will win map 2? And now I have to say it's very, very, very tight at the moment. And of course the game is stretching out now that I'm getting very hungry. Hungary. That feels like a trap. 2 rounds to separate ESC from Heroic Academy. Thus. Hungary, glorious nation number 1. Aren't they always hungry? What a good joke. I need friends. Let's go. So, it is going to be a buy again. ESC making sure that their investment, and that's a nade to open up the smoke. Nobody's there to peek. No information for the side of Heroic. They have to think about what they could actually go for. That's gonna be the off-bouncing nade, just a little bit damage. Enough to one-dink some of the players. Nuke is a little bit on a questionable spot there. Storm. That's just that headshot. Reiko with a quick trade, but it's gonna be Amber to step in with another one. Quick push. Oh, so much open ground. He has so much control, but the problem is he needs to fight. He does catch one of the players from the cameras, but the problem is a man disadvantage. It's not gonna be easy to work with. Especially with the players rotated and they just need a kill. Oh god, the damage has been done. That's gonna be buy me drop. That now finds Sammy. 11 on the board with any opportunity to buy AKs. Look at that. Now this is going to be tough. As they didn't get the bomb down, there's no injection of money. Do you save or do you buy? Do you give them the tie? Are we gonna see a map switch here? Or is this over? It's very dramatic at the moment. Sometimes you have to. Here we go. Utility. Caster, how's the weather? It's very windy at the moment and it's raining, so that's my feeling that at the moment. Just a little sun. Ooh, a double kill there. At least one trade coming in from All-In, but FNL. Very nice defense. Ooh, that's a nice headshot. Oh, it's a nice headshot again. Bayami actually pulls it back to a 2 versus 2. The problem is the damage at the moment, but as long as they can actually plant that bomb, get away from the side, anything is possible. It is going to be Scrub. Getting into a little bit of a better spot. And Stomach, he has to be careful from that close angle. It's going to be the AK to win out the fight. Even with a Tech 9, it could have been enough, but both of the players are ridiculously low in HP. It's going to be the close fight from the quad, and if he's not ready for it, he could lose his life, but no. Scrub brings it to a 1 versus 1. It's going to be all onto that one molly. It's not going to be spent. It takes way too long. A full 5-second defuse. Moonwalk gives it away with a utility Molotov, and he still can't handle it. Oh boy. 12 on the board. It feels like we're not gonna eat today, boys. We're not gonna eat today. 4 rounds for the side of ESC to pull this back to an overtime. Oh god, it's going to be the B-side attempt. They're still feeling it. Okay. Scrub at least gets the quick straight there, but by me. Starts off with a nice entry. Moonwalk with 19 kills. We're eating the website at the corner of my room tonight. Yeah. With the spider. Extra protein. Reiko. A man advantage for the side of ESC, so at least pulls it back. Of course, the damage has been done, but at the moment seems like Heroic might actually just go for a save. Nice catch there. FNL. Pops Olymp. A little bit of that shoulder has been shot with the bomb in a very tough spot at the moment, being sandwiched between these two players. Appanel goes for the pick. Does catch one of the kills. Is not ready for the player behind him. 9 on the board. Yes, wait last minutes of come on my back. Sorry, come back, yeah. Dyslexia at the worst possible timing there. Middle push, USPs, well, with a couple, wait a minute, they're not USPs, MP9s with an M4, a middle bash. They decided to go for the full buy here. And it's definitely not working at the moment, so this could actually breed some more lifeline into the side of ESC. Of course, as long as they hold on to this. That stomach. Bomb will be jeeted around towards that B side. Now the question is, ESC can actually keep their heads cold. The next round is very obviously going to be a save. So we just have one more gun round. People are pleading in the chat. Please, my money. I want to eat food. That's a nice flash there. And so, ooh, I think he saw you. He saw your shoulder. Moonwalk, batting his stats, of course. It doesn't even go for real kills. 20 to 13, so that's a nice KD. Almost of a 2. Keep it up, boy. Yeah, what the hell is food at this point? To 12. All in at the moment trying to slash some imaginary demon. Sammy coming up with a very nice couple of kills. This is just going to be a middle bash again. And this is the quick round. This is where it gets interesting. Now, boys, either we are going to be hopping on to an overtime, or it's going to be shut off right here, right now. We are going to be hopping into Ancient after this one, which is a decider for both of these two teams. And I'm actually going to ask the chat, is this going to go for an overtime? Is this going to be a decider? Spam it on the chat. Let's check the temperature right now. Heroic has been looking good. ESC has had some good moments as well. The question is, who has the pressure? You would say that it's ESC, but they already have a map underneath them. Meanwhile, for Heroic, this is kind of one of those situations where you could close it down. Mentally, it's not going to be perfect for your brains. Bit of a timeout there. This is where it gets done. So, default plays, it's going to be the double push towards the connector from the CT side. This could be the perfect timing for them to actually drop one of the players from middle. Beautiful peek. Nate to open up the smoke too. Sammy comes up victorious. It's got to be the smoke for the doors. Oh, sorry, that was the middle smoke. You can just throw a smoke for the doors there too, so I was wrong this time. Nice flash for middle, but just some utility being used to mask the scent of this push. And at the moment, Esk is giving a lot of thoughts towards that B side where basically the most of the stack is. And they are about to push out into that AK and a second kill too. Oh boy, is this gonna happen? But the question is, can Dave hold on to it? It's gonna be the swing from the right side of the side. The full push coming in finally. And behind the side, he has to hold on to it. Anger actually comes up with a trouble. And it's going to be Olymp at the end to shut it down. We are hopping into an overtime. Oh boy. A couple of attempts. It was the middle push with the nade to open up the smoke. That op works out to a crisp. I'm a little bit surprised that they decided to go for that. as Sammy was holding on to it for so many rounds in a row. Meanwhile, the push from the B main, that is just, well, heroic. But it didn't work out. Baimi with a double to hold on to it, Olymp at the end. Giving us the reason he's being called. I have no idea what Olymp actually even means. His name doesn't even remind it. So if there's like a Polish person here in the chat, let me know. Why you always pushing? I fucking love that. Green, green. Why you always push? So, Sammy already starts the round with a kill from the canal. That's gonna be the quick trade. So Moonwall takes the bullets. Wait a minute. Nuke has a ridiculously good spot. It is going to be the kill on the player holding down to the utility, but Tomek comes up with a double. Okay. If you can do it, I can do it too. So 2 versus 3. With almost a perfect start here from ESC, and they still lose the tempo. And it gets very quiet. Try to maybe make the CT side to make some couple of mistakes. Exactly like that, Olymp. Makes it a 2 versus 2. So right now, the only thing they have to do is just grind this. Middle push is gonna be on point. Oh, Olymp with that crosshair control. Oh, boy. That is going to be some map control for him. Already saving a couple of very good strong, I have to say, Olymp. That's a name to focus on. The bridge push. A and a B side at the moment. Open for discussion. The only thing they have to do is just plant that bomb, get away from it. This is basically almost impossible at this point. And here it is. Heroic Academy with the information play. They do lose it at 3 versus 2 with so much control. But the plan will be going behind the cake. Getting away from that situation from the window. Scrub is getting a little bit closer. The problem is he has the op. He either has to hit that shot or it's done. Closing in towards the site to use that op like a shotgun. Do you even want to scope with it? That's the question. Getting a big kill. That's gonna be a kill. Oh, it's not! The hold actually works. Yeah, they had a very good hold there. Why you push? Beautiful play from ESC. I have to say, a bit of a mistake from Heroic to maybe go for information at that point off the round. Maybe at that point you want to just give them a little bit more control for those sites. Try to maybe focus a little bit more on the retakes, on defending. But ESC, they played that well. At the moment, the reads are very well calculated. Understanding that, especially if they push Heroic to a spot like that, they are going to be going for information. Oops. Domak is gonna catch that first kill on the Moonwalk. Meanwhile, Olymp is giving me a reason to doubt every single move he's made so far. That's gotta be the kill for FNL. And even though it is a 3 versus 5, 2 of the players are very low on HP on the side of Heroic Academy. So now the question is, are we gonna see a same type of a fumble? Especially at the moment, there's no reason for Heroic Academy to go for any information. They have the kills. The only thing they have to do is just bunker down. But it's easier to say it when you're not playing. It's the nerves. Getting onto that side. That's the smoke to make sure that... Oh god, that's a good kill onto Amber. And that's actually a full HP player. That's gonna be the smoke towards the long as well. They have no control towards the side. 2 of the 4 players have no access. The Molotov to push out the player through the smoke. Wrong move. Another player fully held is going to be dropped. And it's a 3 versus 3 with the side control. No utility at the moment. I'm scratching my balls because this is getting just way too uncomfortable. Stomach and Scrub. Op only left Another full HP player being dropped. This is just getting crazier by the moment. A single bullet could drop both of these players, and that is basically it. A full shot to the body and a flick to the chest. And it is a recovery from a 3 versus 5. Only in CSGO. Sorry, this is CS2. EPL. Yeah, that was the line. Only in EPL. Oh boy, what a choke. No, no, no. Today we're eating steak and lobster, boys. I'm actually thinking about buying some steak today, so... Not with the winnings. Oh, God. So many attempts here. All even starts off this round with a kill. That was supposed to be heroics. To be honest, they had a chance to win 2 of the 3 rounds here at the start. FNL just bring it back, but it's going to be the double push. He does catch 1 more to make it a 3 versus 3. So, with the site lost, now it's all about that bomb plant. 125 left. You go for the teak. Sammy drops Deng Zone. And right now, this is just getting worse and worse. Nice flash for the background. That's going to be the nade to try to push him out. On the other side, off the side, that's going to be Moonwalk with a beautiful work. Sammy drops down Amber and a beautiful, perfect overtime. I have to say it, Heroic Academy, they did drop the ball on a couple of those rounds. And how many times in a week do I use the delivery apps? Well, I was thinking about using it today, but no, I need to get away from that. Sometimes, depends on the mood, if I have time to cook or not. But it's not good. It's a lot of money wasted. Kablooey goes to bomb, 15-12. A singular round is going to end this game. 8-12 choke from Heroic. That leads into 7 rounds in a row. That is definitely a ridiculous comeback. Sorry. Let's go. Breaking the windows for some reason. Not entirely sure why. That's going to be Reiko with the first shot. 4 kills away. Shutting this down. Sammy makes that a 3. That's going to be Amber at least with 1 of the trades. But he is low. Has to be a little bit careful here. It is still doable. What has been done to them can be done to others. Already GG is being called in the chat. Is it so? Is it really true? Is this going to be a flop? A 3 versus 3. Stomach actually finds the kill onto Olymp. Trying to get into that little literally spot there. It's got to be the op picked up by Amber, so a glass cannon. And this definitely is not going to be a save. Time being burned off the clock. Heroic Academy. They are savoring the moment. Of the losses they have to have a ridiculous mental fortitude to actually come back on a game like this. Slowly but surely towards the A side they go, and this is going to be Moonwalk. Behind a cake. A single kill and the time being played could be enough. And the question is all about that timing. It's got to be the smoke towards the window. Amber drops down Moonwalk, and we are seeing the beautiful main menu of the game. Oh, I love it. Look at that. Here we are. Quality Counter-Strike right there. So, 1 versus 2. That's got to be the missed shot, and FNL shuts it down. What, guys? You're acting like you've never seen a my menu before, so... Oh boy. kills at the start. Heroic on the T side starting to find that second win. It gets a little bit sloppy on top of the platform. Bybee actually comes up with the second kill. This is starting to look a little bit better, but the problem is he's a little bit low. Has to be a little bit careful. That flick nade. That's going to be at a smoke right in front of his face. He's not going to use it for his advantage. Could have gone for the little push there. Try to win it right here, right now. Minute 10 left on the clock. Heroic Academy. Trying to plant that bomb. Oh, the time. Oh, he's not going to go for it. They're still not actually trusting the site. They're not going to go for the plant. They just don't want to go for it. Deng Zone just waits for the perfect timing. All gets a little bit crazy there. And that is going to be the cross. Bomb goes down. And the op finds the last player. Are we going to see a double overtime? Is this actually on the card? Is this in the cards? I'm not entirely sure. Yo no comprendo what is happening at the moment. Off we go. One round to either win this or give them a chance. A choke fiesta. I'm just loving the kid I named Sammy. Poor kid. Here we go. Deng Zone close to that angle. Okay, off corner on that pick, but still comes out with a kill. Actually make that a double. It's going to be the off put from the backside. FNL with the backstab. All in. He didn't even know what hit him. Well, he can actually get a very nice clue from the kill board, but you know, it is what it is. 2 versus 4. Is this possible? Could it be done? Stormy, this is a pretty basic angle. This should be okay. Don't even check it, I guess. So that's gonna be at least a kill from Bybee. He needs a couple of more. That's gonna be the full swing to make it a 1 versus 2. Is this actually doable? 10 seconds left on the clock. He is about to drop down. He needs 1 more kill at least, but it's going to be another overtime. I think we're going to be here until tomorrow. Kaboom. Optimus Prime. Ancient. Could be the map that we could be talking about. Anciento. This is a nice time to reflect on your life decisions. I'm thinking about the date I had last week. Not a good time. Oh, we're getting that quicker tick at the moment. You know what that means. Caster, don't worry, we love you. I love you too. In the platonic way. Not trying to get diddied up here. Is Caster still hungry? Yeah, no, it just disappeared. Yeah, I ate some air. It's funny that this energy drink doesn't have even, like, barely any calories in it, so I literally feel like I'm starving all the time, but it's okay. When you get hungry, you get hungry in the right way. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but here we are. So, we are about to hop into the first round of the second overtime. ESC already showing what they're capable on the T side. Now the question is, the CT side is where they need to do it. Fefa now with the first kill onto Buy Me. That's a very tough player to lose. A tough pill to swallow. Yeah. Swallow that pill. It's kind of funny. You can actually change the meaning with just how you pressure the words. It's going to be FNL with another kill there at the start. So a double for him. And already feels like this round has been done. Attempt to be made. And they're a little bit closer. Just be careful though. This is still, especially with the double spread there. Okay. I said I love you. I love you too. A 2 versus 2? Wait a minute. This is starting to look a little bit better. 40 seconds left, but another shot from Sammy is actually going to hit. And this is his teammate already very close to the side to help. And here it is. From the side, Olymp will be shutting this down. Okay. Heroic Academy. Experts from throwing it away on the lead. That must suck. Sucks. Here we go for another round here. Polish team. Finding okay, big trades coming out there. It's got to be the off to do the same again. So Sammy comes up with a double, but throughout the map, they do find a couple of injuries here. Now we did see a round where ESC did bring it back from deficit. Now the question is, can they do it again? That would be insane for their CT side. Meanwhile, for Heroic Academy, they kind of need this round already. Olymp just getting a little bit closer. Middle being breached, making sure... Oh, this cross with that bomb. This is just going to be nasty, baby. Oh, the timing. It's going to be the flick. It's not going to work out. Stamek is ready for the push. That's going to be the Molotov to try to push him away from that angle, knowing that the players are coming close. Sammy has been insane so far. That off shot actually hits. Goes for the second one. The problem is he's not ready for the player on the right side of that angle. And there it is. The best looking shot for a while. Kind of disappears. They did have the right idea. I'm not entirely sure if they knew that the player rotated from the CT, T-side spawn. But it is what it is. Caster only plays Sims 4. No, I play Red Alert 3. Unit ready. Unit ready. It's a good game for autism, I guess. Has anybody played any of the Command and Conquer games? In the chat. Scrub. Nice kill on the Sammy. A strong player being dropped at the start. Nice nade to open up that smoke. If Scrub and Messi, Sammy are Messi and Ronaldo, who's Mbappe? I have no idea about football though, so. Right side of that smoke will be held by Amber. And right now, Reiko will be pulling it back to a 4 versus 4, so this is a little bit of a reset here. And a nice kill for Amber to drop down Reiko, the smoke criminal. Through those double doors, Scrub is just waiting for that timing. Moonwalk, if he goes for the full sprint, that could be tough. Leaving that angle, FNL from the side actually opens up. Buy Me. And right now, this is a little bit of a tough spot, especially from... Okay, that's a nice kill from the canals, but the problem is he doesn't really spread it too far. So Olymp left in a 1 versus 3 and with an op. You don't want to do that with an op. FNL Repositions, and he could actually be the one who stops this. Already being cut off. And it feels like ESC, one round is all they get. But at least it's one round more than the last time they went for it. So, T-side, 3 rounds, a perfection again needed for them to make this happen. Meanwhile, for Heroic Academy, 2 rounds is going to be the one to shut this down, and we are going to be hopping into Ancient if that happens. It's ifs and buts. And here we go. Come on, Heroic. Early quick smoke. That's the way to do it. ESC. Leaving the bomb in front of the B main. With the rest of the players, well, getting actually attacked by that op, Scrub. Nice little shot there to shut down Sammy. Well, getting a little bit closer towards that edge. Has to be careful here, too. It's going to be made to pop in right in front of him. It's going to be a quick shot from Scrub. Oh, boy, was he in control of that situation. You almost felt like he couldn't miss that shot. He was just going at it. Meanwhile, Dang Zone will be the one to shut it down, and ESC, the start of this round already went tits up. That's the nade, that's the Molotov, and those are the bullets to the buttocks, butt cheeks. Oh boy, we might actually be talking about a third map here. Anciento. A bit of a choke from ESC at the worst possible timing, I guess. Or is it a well-played round from Heroic? Which one is it? Oh boy. So, early Molotov for those quick plays. Anybody who wants to go for the quick peek are going to be burning off. Afanal just scanning the smokes, making sure that nobody's going to be holding on the other side of him. That's the Molotov to make sure that A main won't be bridged. So Moonwalk gains the control here. Oh, that's just a little bit of a wrong angle for the nade. Can't fault the game for that. And just look at where the bomb has been left. Reiko does catch one of the players. So that's FNL. A very strong player being dropped. And another peek towards the... Okay. Connector there. Dang Zone. And Reiko with 8 HP. Moonwall comes up with a kill. And this is just a quick wipe down. Okay. Some of these rounds, even though they're very one-sided, they just get very anticlimactic suddenly. Go. Could this be it? How did you know? Is there a camera here? Are you spying on me? At the moment, most of those smokes will be drilled. This is just a quick little reset here. Oh, Sammy. Oh, almost wanted to go for that quick peek from middle. Could have hit that shot. That's going to be the molly for the doors. So, at least they will be cut off. I have Kerrigan level IQ. That's how. So you lose all of the majors, huh? Olymp catches the kill on the Dang Zone. That's going to be a quick trade for Ember. And for ESC, this is the round to to try to continue what they were left into. And this is just going to be the split. A side and middle. Contested at the same time. Important kill coming in from Baimi. Could this actually happen? Are we going to see a third overtime? It's very possible at the moment that yes is going to be the answer, especially with that window push. The only thing they need to do is just plant that bomb. Heroic Academy. They know they screwed up here. Double hold to make sure. A main works out for Scrog, but the shot from Sammy is the one to hold it down. Here we go. (18 to 18). Overtime number 3. ESC giving a little bit of a lifeline here. I do have to say, from the side of Heroic Academy, there was a little bit of an opportunity there to shut it down. Of course, it was kind of a 50-50, but that's the game. Yes, there's a little bit of a struggle here at the moment. The ESC, they want to give us some rope at the moment. Maybe pull it away a little bit later on. That's FNL. Just posting the smokes, making sure that they're going to hold on to. At this point, you decided to cut off the feet. That's exactly where I wanted to see. Reiko loses the fight. Oh, God. Worst possible timing to cut off that situation, but it is what it is. So, man advantage for the side of Heroic Academy. FNL left with a little bit of HP to play around here. With the only thing they basically have to do is just pull back a little bit, play it by themselves. Here we are, stomach. That's that middle control. Meanwhile, the rest of those... This could be still a fake as they have a player towards the connector. It's going to be the swing. The first set of it doesn't really work out. Scrub very low. I'm not entirely sure what's happening at the moment that with the feet. They did lose a player. It seems like you guys had the same problem. We're getting back into the action. That's going to be both. All the flashes being used. Oh, with the worst possible timing for Sammy as well. They have to go for the kills. They need to gain one more from quad. That's going to be Baimi with Dude, but the problem is they don't check it. And they need somebody to help out, but Baimi catches one more. They make this a 2 versus 2. With the double push, it makes it a 1 versus 1. And it is Escape Gaming to actually pull out a round out of their ass. But for Scrog, oh, he knows where the player is. And a shot to the ass is going to be enough to shut it down. Oh my God. That was way too close to comfort. Booty Queef. That has to hurt. Now the question is, after getting so close in a round like that, can you actually keep it up and still hold on to it? It wasn't actually that bad. It was just one of those situations where he went for the wrong guess, I guess. So what can you really do? It's a little bit of a team kill, team damage here. Nice catch on the first one. Doesn't get the second one. And it will be a straight row of trades, which actually works out for the side of ESC at the moment. Some early utility being used to try to fend off that site. Sammy. flash. Not if the players can actually... Okay. That is a double, but the planter will be taken out. Storm like very low on HP. That's gonna be the flash. Oh, it's a fake too. And that's another... Okay, this game is actually getting just better at the moment. I do understand there's people with houses on the line at the moment. Hey, boo-hoo. There's always a bridge under where you can sleep. But will you ever... Well, yes, you do, but this is a very good situation at the moment that we're at, so let's enjoy it. Maybe not the game of the century, but game of today on tier 3. Some good filters right there. But yeah, we're seeing some very good individual performance from both of the teams, so that's amazing. Not really that much of a lackluster gameplay. Amber with the first kill on the Buy Me. And that will be Amber with the second kill on the Sammy, so a double at the start. And right now, Olymp is going for the full strat. Meanwhile, the rest of his team has been just eliminated from the server. So, unless he goes for an ace, we already had one ace today. Unless he goes for another one, this is Heroic Academy taking 2 rounds here on the overtime number 3. And the CT side has been the problem so far. Counter-terrorists win. Scrub with a nice shot. This could be one of those situations where a little bit of a timeout could do wonders. That's your mother. I'm just kidding. That was my tummy. Trying to activate those last calories. I was just kidding, guys. It was actually a joke. So, yeah. Here we go. So, one round to separate these two teams. Now on the CT side, like Crazy Taxi. See if they can actually hold on to it. 3 rounds for the side of ESC to win this. Heroic, they only need 2 rounds. They've already signed us packing with a ridiculously good T side here. We need a quote. What kind of a quote do you want? Quote of the day. I think that was the quote of the day. There was like a quote back in the days for ends. It is an old one, but it was like the perspective from Allo saying that Alexi B is like the best. No. I think it was. Give me a second. I need to remember this one. FNL. Oh, that's a tough op shot to miss. Quick angle by me. Does hunt it down with the nade, so that actually works. It was something like Allo is the best in-game leader. He has a beautiful strat by going B. And after that, going home or something like that. It was. If somebody finds that quote, you're a god. Of course, it's a joke. A side still will be the last option. That's Sammy walking down the end zone. Good job at the start. It's going to be the Molotov to actually spread them off. A lot of damage done, but the player's still alive. Did you get the kills needed? It's a 2 versus 3. Now we were definitely going to see a retake here. But the question is it going to be enough? Just a nice offset kill. 1 player on the side of the canals. Just making sure that they have that ace card. By me, slowly but surely getting closer. That's going to be the op shot to ring, and Stomach goes down. It's going to be from the window. Amber drops one of the players. If he goes down, I think that's it. He has to drop onto the side. It's going to be the full push. He gets shot, and it's going to be the pillar play from FNL. The question is it going to be enough? By me, left with 7 seconds. He needs to stick it. The push coming in. Oh God, there's just not enough time. Heroic Academy, they take the round. Oh boy. Map point on the screen. Le mapa de pointo. What the fuck was that? That was a round for Heroic Academy. Get used to it. So, early smoke being spent at the start. Seems like they have finally got away from their choking issues. Scrub catches the kill onto Sammy. That's a very nice entry. To wait to duel for the control of this map. Yeah, going 8, but then going home without any wins. That's the one. Oh, God. Here we are. One-man deficit. Another A main push seems to be the way to go. Going B, but then benching Alex B. That's exactly the one, yes. Nice bomb blast there for the A main. It's got to be the full attempt. Olymp does take the first player down. That's going to be enough of a warning for the players to get back into it. A double kill for Olymp. Still fighting on, but the problem is he needs his friends. They're so far away. The bomb is definitely going to get planted, but it's going to be moonwalk from an off angle. The only thing he needs is time. Dengso makes it happen, but it's going to be the clutch from By Me. Oh boy, we're still going for more. Oh God. This is getting so sweaty that I definitely need to take a shower after this one. The fourth overtime. Is it a possibility? Or is it just a dream? That's another quote. I actually gonna allow that on the chat, so enjoy. That's a good quote. Oh boy, so I'm a little bit worried about this game. I was thinking about taking it. I've been standing for the whole match here. I was thinking about lowering down the desk and maybe taking a seat, but of course the second I do it, the game ends. So we're just gonna stand, boys. Oh God. Both of us are gonna stand. So, are we gonna end it, or are we going to be hopping in to a third map? Working out on his glutes. Yeah, this actually does good for the body. Closing in from middle, that's 3 players. Nobody's actually holding it to ESC at the moment. Very focused on those sites. And with the connector, the second one is not going to land out. Sammy wins that fight. The repick was the mistake. Getting a little bit closer from the cameras. This is where it could actually go to shit. It's going to be the other peek from the stairs. Olymp again with a kill, but they needed more. It's a 3 versus 3 with the bomb definitely going blinded. Going down. Sorry, my brain just scrambled there. Oh, FNL drops Reiko at the worst possible moment without his teammates close enough. And if they want to go for another 2 versus 3 on the site, this time around, it has to work out. Or map le number 3. That's going to be utility spent. Molotov on top of this smoke. It's not actually Kinesis doing it the right way. They still have the chance. It's going to be the Snade. A full defuse right in front of it. Do they have the time? It is going to work out. Oh! It doesn't go as planned. 0.48 seconds. And it will be brought in to the third map, boys. We are not going to take anything away from this. I'm going to get some tuna right now. So, for map number 3, I'm not entirely sure what's about to happen because ESC, they were so in control throughout the game so far. But Heroic Academy, they made it happen. We are going to be taking a little bit of a break and hopping back into map number 3 after this one. See you there. So, we're back in Ancient again. It feels like we're actually going for a loop of the maps that we've already seen, but we're here. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time as we are going to be hopping on to the third map of today. And this will be, well, actually it's not the third map, it's the sixth map of the day, but this is going to be the third map of this game. It's going to be a quick B-side push. Sammy is going to find the first kill in the dang zone. Meanwhile, the rest of the players trying to go for as much space as they can, and this is actually working out very well. Most of the kills for the side of Heroic Academy. They're absolutely just stamping the defense here. Buy me left in a 1 versus 3. Question is it possible? Somebody's trying to annoy me in the chat. Nice peek there. Buy me only gets that one, but it's a quick trade from Stomach, and it is done. Oh, you're so cool with your food. Yeah. What's next? You have water to drink? Huh. Such an elitist. First round for the boys in... not entirely sure. Heroic has like a white shirt with red stripes. Boys in white? Huh. Yo no comprendo. So, here we are. That is going to be the one defending kill, but a couple of entries for the D side. Heroic is going to enjoy it. Oh, you have some orange juice, actually. Oh, yeah. A true Redditor moment right there. This is still salvageable, but it needs a lot of luck, especially with one of the players with literally 1 point of HP. That is going to be Stomach to find Olymp. People asking, or there's somebody asking for the map number 3. Who does it play for? ESC is supposed to be the NS better team. Also, there's the answer, Yo Mama. Heroic, it seems like they can't have the mentality at the moment. They have that little umph from the last map. So, the motion's working for them. What I'm trying to say is that they're supposed to have that little edge at the moment here on the server. At the moment, the push coming towards the B side, yeah, it doesn't really work out. A little attempt there. Sammy just come out with a kill, but with that MP9, it was just not going to happen against the 1 versus 4, especially with a HP left. So the momentum at the moment is just increasing for the side of Heroic, and if they can actually keep this feeling, this whatever is working on a server, as long as they keep that up, I would say there's a very nice possibility for them to actually shut this down quickly. But that's just me. I got crazy ideas. I'm a naughty boy. Nice nade there. Explosions will be met. Nice catch with that MP. Mac 10, sorry. There's actually some real-life kits on Mac 10s. So you can buy like a full kit for the gun to make it a gun that, like a full rifle that shoots 5.56s. I've even seen a version that shoots 7.62, so kind of cool. The things you can make with guns. Mac 10's body with a top mount. You make that a rifle. Conversion kit. Customizable guns in the new update. Yeah, no. I think the next thing we're gonna get from Valve is either going to be some sneakers or a bomb skin. I do have that feeling. Moonwalk with Olymp. They're going to be holding on to that middle. This is going to be the buy round that works out for the ESC's start very well. FNL doesn't get a kill to open up the side. That's going to be Stomach with the second kill. So, this could be the way to go. Top there to make sure that the edges are burning. That's going to be the bomb planted on the corner. And Sammy ends the life of Scrub. The question is, with a man down with a couple of the players a little bit low on HP, Wake Academy, they need those timings, and what we're getting at the moment is a PDF slideshow. Sammy? Wait a minute, at the moment I'm literally not seeing anything, so... There it is, quick retake. Simsalabim, it's done. So yeah. So what's happening at the moment, for some reason, we have like a technical problem where the feed that I'm looking at just crashes sometimes, so... That's why it sounds like that, sorry for that. That was me. There we go. Deep dust. Sammy on the sniper's nest, just waiting for anybody to go for that pick. That's gonna be Moonwalk, drop down Ember. Nice quick kill there. Reiko steps in with his own. His teammate is a little bit low in HP. He could back up. That's gonna be FNL to drop down Sammy. So, ooh, you want to take a little bit of a chill pill there. Calm down by Mano. What a name. Resets the situation, gets that two-man lead there. Ooh, I'm a handsome boy. That's Tomek to bring it back to a doable number. So 2 versus 3 on a map like this is very doable, depending how they decide to go for those first picks here. And what kind of a decision are they going to go for? Seems like some of the players are starting to rotate around. A side is fully open at the moment, so if they go for the right choice, that could work out. And at the moment, it seems like they are going to be just jetting around the donut. So the players from middle are going to be wrapping behind them. Olimp trying to scan that wall. Can't really see through it, so he kind of has to go for the information here. Perfect positioning. He can hear the... he's going to get a double. This is just... Oh. At least the first one. You did hear the little tick there, but... Scrub. He's going to go for the full plant. That's going to be the... Oh, God. That's a little bit of a sloppy play, but by me was there behind him to make sure that it's not going to happen. So, ESC, they are going to be finding their second round. Good for them. Good for them. I'm finally going to take a seat here. La bomba has been defused. Here we go. Utility being spent behind the boxes, but nobody's there to test middle. Meanwhile, this is just going to be Heroic Academy. For a second there, it looked like they wanted to go for the full B-side rush, but this seems to be a better option. Okay! Hello, the Pistols. That's going to be the nade with one of the kills, but they do have the man advantage. And they're supposed to find one of those guns. The problem is, oh, they do open up a play from the back line, and it is going to be Moon almost even dropping the last player. That gets a little bit under control. Fakes? Oh, he's not faking. He's not faking. He's going for the full defuse, and there's nothing Scrub can do. What a quick little round. Moonwalk absolutely saves his team from absolute disaster right there. It went very quickly, tits up, inside that pit. Those pistols, one of the things you don't want to do against them is go close. And time and time again, we just keep seeing the same shit from the CT side. Like, oh, what's behind this corner? Oh, it's a Tech 9. Not a good time. That actually rhymes again. Here we go. So, Sammy, a bit closer. Oh, that nade damage is just ridiculous in a round like this. ESC, utility on point, and it seems like they're actually going for more here behind that smoke. It could be the kill. It could be the second one. He's not going to get it this time. Oh. Inside the red. Olymp is just making sure that anybody close to that angle is going to be losing his balls. Think so. 14 points of health. Meanwhile, the screen is lagging. Good times. I love it when the screen just stands still. Oh, now it works. Hello, we're back. I'm not sure if the microphone cuts the feed at the same time too, but it is what it is. Don't spit your food. Swallow it. I'm a naughty boy. Yeah, that's all. I'm winning the fight from middle. It's going to be 1 out of the 2. So that nade is going to be perfect right at him. But Moonwalk wins his own fight. That's the bomb drop towards the A side and the rest of the players. We could change the camera view too. That is a possibility. Or not. Sammy catches Dengzo for the 3 with 3 weapons safe for next round. That's about to work out. Yeah, just watch the Twitch stream with us. It would be actually awesome to watch the same feed with you guys with the sounds on so I can hear myself commentating the game myself. That's how you do it. Yeah, boom goes the smoke. Reiko successfully finds that first kill on the FNL cool. And that's Scrub with a quick little response. Don't kill my teammate for free. This will be Sammy, just getting a little bit closer. Dengzo has a very good angle here. Just holding on to that off angle. It seems to be a similar play coming in from the side of Sammy. Now it's left in a 50-50. If he decides to push in. Yo, mama jokes are the best. That's Sammy with the perfect timing and a push. Making sure the lane is going to be kept clean. By me finds a kill too, and that Scrub just left in a 1 versus 3. Oh, for a second there. Sammy could have caught him off. Trying to save that opera next round. 45 seconds left. And this is going to be a long save. A round like this is definitely not going to pull off anymore. Great moments. Nice little attempt here, but this is definitely going to just be a save. Counter-terrorists win. Another attempt. Right now. Looking at the buy, it's just going to be that 1 op. They are going to be buying stuff around it, of course. You have 4K. On the T side, you were going to go for it. To be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that it just go for the full AK setup. So, it seems to be a half buy that they're aiming for. So, FNL is going to be honest, they could have gone for a full buy here. But okay, I do understand the decision to try to... The problem is Crop is not going to have money on the next round anyway, so... Could have gone for 3 rifles, 1 op, Tech 9 or SMG. Or even just armor, save everything else. I don't know. We'll see. A bit of a broken buy here with ESC already 2 rounds in a row. Wait a minute, that's a nice kill through the smoke. Didn't quite catch that. I think it just aimed it through the smoke, yeah. Or somebody broke off the smoke. We didn't really see the situation, so... Here it is. Couple of kills for Olin, but Heroic Academy so far doing a very good job here. With a man lead. Now the question is, can they actually bring it back? Nice catch from Scrub. Sammy left in 1 versus 3. Save for the next round. We didn't quite see the economy out of ESC. Some of these rounds they did lose a few more players that they wanted to. Now the question is, of course, Heroic Academy, they get to pull out every single weapon there is.
Terrorists win.
That was funny. There's proof that they have been cheating. Can you link me the proof? No. Oh, God. The CS scene is the one to provide us with the best jokes. I love it. Yeah. This is beautiful. I actually do respect it. He just said no. That is respectable. He didn't come out with any other bullshit. Like, oh, the stars needs to be aligned for the moon to be at the right angle so I can show you the link. He just said no. I love that. There we go. So, that's a little push there. They do get the side control. The problem is they lose everything else at the same time. Utility to try to block off the push, but it's going to be a moonwalk still to win that fight. And a 1 versus 3 with basically no HP. 6 points. Anything that hits him is going to be enough. And this is just going to be Reiko with a shot to the lower body. That must feel good. ESC, they get to pick up whatever weapon they want, and there's still 2 rounds to be played for. So that's amazing. Off we go. Tactical pause. This is tactical. They're talking about tactics on their pause. That's why they call it tactical pause. What kind of a tactics are you going to be going for? Especially with the weaponry. A couple of AKs. Uno Galil. That op. Mac 10. Every time I see a Mac 10 on a team, I automatically feels like he's going to be the entry who's going to go for the craziest fight and everybody else is just going to be running behind him. And literally every time I get disappointed. It never, I don't think it's never happened where the Macarino Tenorino is going to be the actual entry on the west side here, so I don't know. Takes care of Scrub. That's going to be the Mac 10 already dropped down. And a couple of kills at the start. This is starting to look a lot better for the side of ESC. $125 left on the clock. Already this amount of control. Middle lane on B. Nice catch there for FNL to bring it back to 3 versus 3. Nice change. Good challenge. Now it's all about Moonwalk. If they don't check this, this could be a bad time. If they do, it's going to be a good time. It's very complicated, I know. Already after a map with 4 overtimes. Right here, Moonwalk is getting behind. Oh, the timing is going to be I do have to say, Moonwalk with one of the best timings. Reads that clock like a champ. He is going to be pushing from the lower pit. So, Sammy, the only thing he has to do is hold on. 1 versus 2. Perfect timing, and they win this round. A little bit off, and there's a chance. Starting to push out, of course. A shot to the face. He just came on his face with that AK. Perfect play. And here it is, 7 rounds on the board, 1 more to play around with. Heroic could either pull this to a 5, or they could give that last round for them. For a good chance, they did actually go for a half buy in the last round, so they have money. A moolah. Fiffe. Cash. Johnny Cash. Early. Oh, that nade is gonna hit. Oh, it didn't. For a second there, it looked like it was gonna do a lot of damage, but it didn't. Alright, so it's going to be the lane push, but Reiko comes out with his own. That's gonna be buy me with 1. A couple of trades left and right, but at the end of the day, it plays a little bit better for the side of ESC. That molly. Perfect timing. 2 versus 2. A couple of the players finding their opener, but the problem is Scrop left with 11 HP to play around with. He has to be a little bit careful, especially pushing on to the side. That is going to be the lurk from the back angle and the CT spawn at the same time. Through the Molotov, trying to find that angle. Takes a little bit damage, comes up with the op, hits the shot. The bomb is down, 33 seconds, and he's just playing with his foot. That nade is gonna be perfect. Oh god, it's not even close. And that is going to be the other peak towards the side. Wins the fight on both ends. Heroic Academy. They steal what's theirs. It's kind of a shame we don't actually have like a halftime music here on EPL. Blast does a very good job with it. Maybe one day, if we get the money. It's raining again. It always rains. Here we are. 2 rounds to separate these 2 teams. A pistol round. That could mean a lot. USPs on the other side, and a P2000. Sounds like a vibrator. Meanwhile, on the side of ESC, fully glocked up, and it's going to be that B-side push. 4 players holding on to it, just waiting for this to happen. Oh god, it's a row of headshots! Nothing else than exception. ESC, they actually do pull it back. For a second there, I was just about to say. Heroic Academy doing a very good job on the hold. But sometimes you just say, oh, this is a magic trick. You blink and it's gone. 4 kills in a row. And that basically happened inside of a second. Every single shot at the same time. Exactly why we love this game. Counter-Strike. Go. And we'll be playing on the side of ESC, so this is definitely going to be the 9th round unless they big time lose the plot here against the USPs too. Really don't want that to happen. I love this strike counter. Of damage done through the smoke. They really don't want to give these kills away, but in my opinion, Moonwalk should be already hunting. So, go for it, brother. Okay, there. Yeah, go for it. That's $600 per kill. $1,200 right there. Going off with the bomb too. Oof, that feels good. That release of stress. Just looking at the board at the moment, 2 rounds in a row for the side of ESC, and they get to buy, of course. Meanwhile, for the side of Heroic Academy, it is going to be a buy, but it's one of those buys where spending money doesn't feel good. knowing if you can't win this one, the pressure is about to mount up, especially after such a long stretch on Anubis. Is this going to be a copy of the first game? So much work to be done. We have some naughty boys in the chat. You're a bad boy. Sammy inching closer. Reiko is the one on the lead. Olymp to get the kill on the Denso. Meanwhile, that's the spray control for Om to actually win the second fight, but it is Amber to catch the quick trade. Meanwhile, Moonwalk on the same spot. I think Amber spotted him. So, it's a nice catch. Moonwalk with Reiko. The teamwork to make the dream work. It is such a dreamy combo. And from the lane, it is going to be Reiko to shut it down. ESC, they just look different on this map. Oh boy. I need to burn this t-shirt after this game. It's starting to stink. We don't wash clothes around here. We burn them. Click on the board. 1 minute 55 to play around with. I'm looking at the buy. It's going to be a full row of 5-7s. You're not happy to see that. Meanwhile, for the side of ESC, they can fully buy up and even save for the next round a little bit. That's gonna be the kill. Moonwalk catches the first one. The rest of the team is coming here to help. A couple of the players are low. Olymp doesn't like Reiko that much. Shouldn't touch my girlfriend, is what he said. Nice catch from Olymp. Right now, FNL left in a possibility, I like to call it. If he catches a quick kill here, anything is possible, especially with Olymp very low on HP. At the moment, I'm just looking like a one picture show. He's still actually hiding on the same spot, so going for the first tag there. Faking out the second one. ESC might be thinking that, oh, maybe I had another gun there, but I'm not entirely sure because it was a row of 5-7s. They didn't have any money from the last round, so he has to be hiding here somewhere. And ESC, they seem to have the right idea here. FNL, maybe his keyboard broke. I'm not entirely sure. He doesn't have the kits, so to win this round is definitely not doable anymore. And right now, I'm just confused with what FNL is trying to do. What the hell was that? What? Okay. You can play the game the way you want. I'm not gonna criticize that, but not entirely sure what he was hoping to do from that spot. Or I don't understand. I don't play the game that much, so my brain isn't that sophisticated. Maybe one day. A timeout to talk about the future. Is it going to rain? Or is it not? Reiko is touching that knife in manners that I can't describe. A possible Twitch ban right there. Somebody brought up Simple. Here's a question for people at the moment as we are waiting for the technical pause. Do you guys see it as a possibility that Simple is actually going to be back on form for CS2? He looked kind of streaky in the last major, of course. Okay, now in the majors on FaZe. I would love to see FaZe give him a chance. The problem is they have to buy him out. Wasn't his contract till like 2027 or something like that? That's fucking insane. But if you buy him, that's a little bit of a risk. If you let him go, that's a risk that he goes for another team and now you lost a player. If you go with the loan system, that could be the best way, but then if somebody else realizes the potential, they can just buy him off. That's a problem. So what do you do in this situation if you're FaZe? Because they definitely do need players, in my opinion, maybe even 2. It's a tough spot to be at. Because when you look at the mechanical skill, it definitely is there. There are some shots that ridiculous shots that he hits, even went with a couple of clutches there. But sometimes he seems to be a little bit lost inside the game. Not in a bad way that you can fix it. The question is, can FaZe fix it? And of course, some missed shot from the op, but he had like streaky ratings on one game. He can be like hitting almost a 2 streak right there. 2 rating, sorry. On another game, he's like -1, so I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, he was the top 5 fragger in the list of this major, but the problem isn't that. The problem is that for FaZe to win, he needs to play consistently good all the time if they're not going to go for more roster changes. Because they just need that impact at the moment. And it doesn't mean that he's a bad player. He did anything problematic. That's not what I'm saying. It's just a tough situation. Odd situation. But he did have some very, very good moments. Yeah. Honestly, glad to see FaZe winning anything big in a while. I have to agree. It hurts me to say it, but the problem is that the organization doesn't seem to want to go for big moves anymore. So, unfortunately, if the financial side of FaZe is not going to be fixed, I don't think we're going to see those moves ever again. And FaZe is just going to be one of those contender teams that are just going to kind of fly on the radar. So, it's a little bit sad. Especially when you think about the history that FaZe had on CS. And of the organization too, but it is what it is. What can you do? Simple is a cringe guy. He doesn't deserve the chance to play in FaZe. Exactly, yes. Yes. The last time Spirit was looking for a player, they were looking with somebody with aura. Not raw mechanical skill in the server. You definitely have a point with this one. Like, actual winners? Like, oh. Who the fuck wants that? Yeah, after trolling people on FaZe, he drunk. He's not to even be taken serious. Exactly, yes. FaZe should be scanning FaZe games. I was doing on some of those. That's exactly how you win. Simple is still an upgrade to a broke. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. That's not even a question. The problem is Brokey started to have some tough times at the end. Zyvu and Device are the GOAT. First of all, there only can be one GOAT. That's the little definition of GOAT. Greatest of the all time. But there's a question for you guys in the chat. Device, Zyvu, or Simple? Who's the GOAT of CSGO? In my opinion, it's definitely not Device. He's a very good player, yes, but the problem is, the minute that Astralis' main core broke up, that's basically it. For Zonic, it was the downfall. For Glaive, it was the downfall. It was very, very, like, those are good players, but it was like a mix of a lightning in a bottle. You had the mix of just the right players to make that team work. But separately, they're not going to do anything else, anywhere else. But with Simple, he was literally rocking it for like 7 to 8 years with one of the best stats on the server. So, Device is top 5 entire CS history. Yeah, I could give you that. Maybe not for me, but I could understand the argument for it. Yeah. And for not CS history, the problem is CS history is too long to say that Device belongs there. Because you already have like Neo, Forest, Get Right, simple, you just can't insert Device. That's the problem. But I do understand the argument for it. So, yeah, Olaf Meister, yeah. And just the more names I think about, the more it's just gonna spread out. That's the problem. Nice catch there. So, Scrub making his mark, leaving it on the enemy team. My King Olaf Meister! I'm not entirely sure why I shot it like that, but hey, it is what it is. Insanity. So, back into the game. That is going to be 11 on the board for the side of ESC. Now the question is, are they going to let me go to Lidl and buy myself a steak? I'm not sure, because Amber at the moment is pulling up some very nice kills, and Moonwalk left alone seems to be that we're at least going to get one more round. But Moonwalk maybe makes this a 1 versus 2. That's a very nice situation to be at. It is going to be Scrub from short to try to pull out something out of the back. The bomb still not going down. He's just looking for that perfect timing. The player's so far away. And Scrub's just scanning. Nobody's giving him a chance, but he needs to go for that plant. It is going to be a full plant right there, right here. It's going to be swings from the pit, but the back angle. Those butt cheeks, way too juicy. I think he actually shot him in the back, but I just wanted to say that. Oh God. Almost dropped my drink here. Cold Zera, yeah, Cold Zera. Then you have like Fallen as a performing player and an in-game leader. And then there's a question, where do the in-game leaders actually stand in this? Because some of the in-game leaders back in the days, they weren't just in-game leaders. They were team captains. They were players that were playing well, for example, Fallen. And at the same time, they literally brought up a whole CS scene. When you think about Brazil, the most important player isn't Gold Zera, it's Fallen. So what do you do on that spot? Nice shot from Reiko to open up the round. So here we go. Yeah, Electronic, Simple, and Boomage. It was like the most unstable best team there was. It felt like literally whatever could happen on the server with Vodka. You never knew what was about to go down. It was a very entertaining roster though. Electronic on his peak, he could literally go against Zaibu outside with an op. Sorry, with an AK against an op. And just one-tap him. And there's nothing you can do. Couple of kills there more for the side of ESC, so they have the man advantage. The damage has been done. It doesn't feel good. That's gotta be the smoke to cover up the cave. And FNL is gonna find a bullet straight with that AK. Meanwhile, they're just hunting the last player. This works out. ESC finds the 12. This is going to be map point, match point. And to take a little bit of a peek from Liquipedia, what's the situation with these scores? I didn't actually check anything. I just went directly into... Hopped directly into the match. What does this match mean to them? It is going to be the upper bracket game, so the loser of this one is just going to fall to the lower bracket. So, no eliminations yet. The same goes for XI. They're playing against Prestige tomorrow, and Gen 1 is going to be playing the winner against this one. So, anything is possible, which is kind of cool. Meanwhile, looking at the server, losing a couple of players at the start with 1 kill. Put one more name to it. It's not going to feel good. That is going to be by me. And Moonwalk to shut it down anticlimactically, but it works. It's a long series, and it could have ended already on Anubis, but it just didn't. They did their best, but today it just wasn't enough. Heroic Academy, they're not out of the tournament yet. They just go down. That was way too sexual, but yeah. We're going to be done for today. ESC win. Congratulations for them. They're gonna continue their journey on the bracket. And Heroic Academy, they're going to fall down to worse, like I said, against Gen 1. So those are going to be the matches for tomorrow. And yeah, that's basically it. Hopefully you guys had a good time. Hopefully you enjoyed the casting. Hopefully you enjoyed the games. And we will see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock at the same time as always. Have a good time. My name was Donad, and bye-bye.